Good evening, guys. Another Saturday, another live. How are you doing, guys? We have Mitchie Manalo in the house. How are you doing, man? We already have two in the house. I wonder who you guys are. We wait a couple of more minutes and see who will pop in here. I hope your week has been great. Not too stressful, I hope. Mine has been pretty good. I can't complain about that. When I just got back home a couple of hours ago, I had been on a market today. Hey, Michael's Adventures. Good to see you. How are you doing, my friend? I hope you had a great week. My week has, as I said, been pretty good. I can't complain. That's awesome, Michael. Good to hear. Good to hear, brother. As I said, I have been home for maybe 2 hours, 2.5. I just got back home from market, and we were there, and we had some information for the public about preparedness. And I were there with the Civil Defense, a local association. We were there from 9:30 to 4. So, and then pack everything again. But it was an interesting day. A lot of people too. But it's good to see you guys. It's really good to see you. And I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. If anybody are up for it, and join me up here, feel free to do so. Two in the house. We wait a couple of more minutes and wait and see if there will be more people who will team up and join. And don't forget to share this stream out. That will help. I appreciate if you hit the thumbs up as well. Three in the house. Please leave a comment so I know who you guys are, if you already didn't. Five in the house. Hey, Okam, good to see you, brother. Hey, Rita's Roost, good to see you, ma'am. How are you doing? How are you doing, Okam? I hope everything is okay with you. And I hope everything is okay with you, Rita. Good to see you. It's always nice to have you guys here. And how has your week been? I hope your week has been great, Rita and Okam. And as I said, the StreamYard link is pinned in the top of the chat. So if anybody are up for it, feel free to click the link and join me up here. That's good to hear. Hey, preparedness veteran, good to see you, brother. Feel free to join me up here if you were up for it. And how has your week been, preparedness veteran? Good to see you guys. Okay, PV. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. How are you doing, CR? Hey, PV, good to see you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Roger, just going to check my mic out 2 seconds.
Yeah. And I can hear myself. I have muted me on my side. I don't know why I can hear myself.
How are you?
How are you doing, PV?
Yeah, I'm good. You okay? You had a good week?
Yeah, pretty good actually. So I can't complain.
Good. Yeah, we've got in the chat there. Let's have a look. Oh, see,
Yeah.
ours just turned up, is he?
Yeah. Yeah,
Occam's
he turned up.
Razor. Occam's Razor.
Michael's Adventures.
Yeah. See, Michael's Adventures. Rita's Roost.
Yeah.
Yeah, all good stuff.
Yeah, it is good people here.
So,
I would join, but I don't want to steal the show. Very funny, CR.
see, I was coming out the wisecracks already.
Yeah, it didn't take long. And he comes with another cracker and metal with this awesome shit. Yeah.
When I first read the title, I thought it said Man of Steel.
Not really. Made of steel and aluminum and titanium. Not all together. The pros
So,
and cons.
is this a spin off from your last video where you bought your new mug
Yeah,
and bottle?
yeah, that's it. Yeah, my titanium cup and yeah,
Were
I
these
got.
replacements for existing stuff, or is this a new set of gear?
It's a backup, more of more kind of.
Right. So you're
On the
basically
spot.
upgrading your existing equipment, and then you can use it as spares. Then your old stuff.
Yeah, this is a backup if my BioLite stove would fail. I have these and thing, other stuff. Nor has a as a main items.
Yeah, well, this is for going out in the woods. Yeah.
Yeah, very light.
Yeah,
Titanium is
that's a
very
good
light.
size. Yeah, it's a good size, and it's titanium's the way to go. It's a bit more expensive, but it's definitely the one to get.
Yeah, it is more expensive. It is, but it's durable, lightweight.
Yeah, they're they're good. They're easily dented as well, so you got to watch out for that aspect of it.
Yeah,
But definitely lightweight, and that's the key factor if you're talking, on foot and something for one person. Definitely.
yeah. This is basically for one person, more or less. Maybe two. It depends on how much you eat. I have two cups. This is the 300 milliliters, and this is the 450 milliliters. So,
Yeah. So that's why did you go for that size? Did you any particular reason? The 450 mil.
yeah, I could buy these separate, but the website offered the whole kit with a spoon, the bottle, and those two cups, and the pan, and the pot, and the wood stove.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. It's good. It's always good, you get deals and that, and they clump together various items. It's a lot more convenient and probably cheaper in most aspects when you buy them as a kit.
Yeah,
Have you tried? Because you get the boil in the bags and the freeze dried meals. They come in sort of standard sizes, don't they? How many do you reckon you could fit into one of those and boil in the bag? So what we used to do, well, still do, is you fill your cup up or your pot with water, put your boil in the bag in the pot, and then when it's boiled, you can have a brew and hot meal in one go. Then can you fit
yeah,
two pouches in there? Do you reckon, or is that just on the tight side?
maybe on the tight side.
Yeah, it's probably comfortable for one. But then again, if you're going to go up a size bigger, it's going to be too big and it's a bit more cumbersome. It's probably a solo stove, solo sort of kit, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's nice
Yeah,
to have a larger cup and a smaller one.
yeah,
Because my wife can use one and I use one, so that's
yeah. I mean, if you get a good fire going or you got a good little cooker, you just do one
yeah,
then the other, and then it's quite quick. You don't have to restart anything.
yeah.
I've
Here
gone
is
for.
the
I've got a
here
slightly
is the
bigger one.
pot.
I've got the zebra pots. Oh yeah. Oh, it's got a good handle as well. Then.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, you got to
Yeah,
wear a glove
and
for that. Would
the
avoid burnt fingers. Oh, right. That's the deep saucepan, is it?
pan. Yeah, this is the frying pan basically. So
Is that what is it? What's that made of? Steel.
this is titanium. The
Right.
whole
All
set
right.
is made of titanium.
Yeah. Right. I've got the zebra billy can stove type things. The pots, and they're
Yeah.
David Lynn's in the house. How you doing, David? Prepper
Hey, David
Principal.
Lynn, good to see you. And
In fact,
Len Whistler.
I was on his channel just now, commenting on his younger, youthful looks. He did a short on his a throwback. Yeah, so I've got the zebra pots. They're really thick gauge stainless steel, but they're slightly heavier. But I've got them because they're really, really robust and they're quite deep. You can fit like two people's meals, boiling the bags, and water in there. And they're quite the shape of them as well with the handles and the lid. They're quite a versatile sort of bushcrafting pot, if you like. But they're slightly on the heavy side, and you need slightly a bigger pouch to use them with, which didn't bother me because it can double up as an indoor emergency cooking pot and one for on foot. But they come in various sizes as well.
And here is the 750 milliliter water bottle.
Right. Who makes this then?
Yeah, I think it's a nice system, nice kit.
What brand is it for anyone who wants one?
This is Nordic Preparation. Is the brand? The website is called Nordic Preparation.
Right. Is that a Scandinavian type of unique brand?
It's a Swedish. I believe it's a Swedish website. So
right. Good. Did you just get that one, or did you get one for? Did you get two sets? One for you and one for Mrs. Shadow?
no, one set because I had for all the 6 pieces. I had to pay 1,900 for it.
Yeah.
So 2 sets would be pretty expensive.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, you're buying quality though, really, and that's what it is. And like we say, titanium's definitely up there with the best sort of quality. Strength versus weight.
Yeah,
and
the nice thing with this one is I have this little handle here. You lock this.
Right. Yep.
This is really nice feature, actually.
Does that? What's the seal made of? Has it got a series of O-rings? Yep.
Yeah.
Right. I see.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's O-rings. Yeah.
And it's single skin, is it? Bottle. Yeah. Is that single skin?
You probably can tell me that, but more than I.
You can't tell really from here, because obviously you get single skin, double skin, and if you want to use if you want to use the bottle as a boiling vessel or cooking pot, then ideally you'd have a single skin version.
Yeah, it's
yeah, can't really tell from here. It should say somewhere.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, good. I went for the Clean Canteen 1 litre. I think it was a 1 litre version with a wide mouth bottle on it, so you can double up boiling water, and you can cook in it and eat out of it as well if you really needed to.
Yeah, that is a really good brand.
They're really they're definitely the way to go. I used to have plastic water bottles and see-through water bottles, but you drop it one time and all it needs to do is fall on a rock, sharp stone, and it will crack and split, and that's it, done. In fact, it was only about 3 weeks ago now, I dropped my my water to go water purification bottle. When I was in hospital, I was visiting someone, and it just split there and then. I had it 5 years, and because it's made of plastic, it just failed. But
Yeah.
I bought another one, and I emailed the company and said, "Do you plan on making these in any sort of metal, stainless steel?" Uh, and they said no. They're going towards an eco-friendly version made out of a sugarcane product,
Yeah.
which I thought was a bit funny.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
So yeah, stainless steel definitely the way to go. I've had a couple of different ones in my time. Started off with plastic water bottles. They're okay, but they've got the limitations, especially for in the hot and cold weather. In the in the cold weather, they're more prone to uh, fracturing because the plastic becomes brittle, and in the hot weather,
Yeah.
they they become a bit more pliable and they expand a bit, and they don't take hot
Yeah.
liquids either. So after I
Hey,
had one
wait,
of
salute.
those, I went to an aluminium
Hey,
water
Hendo.
bottle. Hendo, how are you doing? All right. I went to an aluminium
Yeah, we
water
have.
bottle, which was good because a lot more robust. And after that, I went to a stainless steel water bottle, and that was it. Then I didn't go back after that. Stainless steel was the way to go. And
Yeah.
in temperatures of 40, 43 degrees in the Balkans, you could quite easily make that stainless steel water bottle. And you could cool the liquids down within it. You just wrap it in a towel, a wet towel, or a thin rag, hang it in the shade with some wind on it, and you get the cooling refrigeration effect on it, and it will keep your liquids in that water bottle cooler, which is it makes a real difference, when you're sat there sweltering in the sun. So yeah, I, I've read a lot of bad things about aluminium containers and aluminium cooking vessels, cooking pots,
Yeah.
and from what I read, it just put me off. And I'm not 100% true whether or not what I've read is 100% true. I've not read anything to disprove it. And the story goes is that if you continually cook in an aluminium cooking vessel, whether it be a frying pan or a pot or a water bottle, it will leach particles into the food and water. Now, initially, I found that hard to believe, and when you think about it, you think, well, how can that be possibly true? So, for the sake of arguments, I just went out and bought a stainless steel one instead, and just forgot about any sort of arguments and contamination and risks thereafter. So it's one of those things, I suppose. If there is anything leaching into the food or water, then it's not going to affect you for years and years after. And
Yeah, it does.
by then, it's too late. So just play it safe, and there you go. It's like someone said on YouTube. I think it was David from Prepper University. He said you got three types of scientists. You've got
Yeah.
on one side, you've got scientists who go for one side of the argument. On the other side, you've got the scientists go for the other side of the argument, and they all put up a good, convincing um, set of arguments and theories and evidence. And in the middle, you've got the people sort of swayed either way. And depending on what side you listen to, depending on these scientists are swayed by the most funding and their most interests and all this sort of stuff. And it goes with everything, from climate change all the way through to the toxicity of various implements. So yeah, I just went to stainless steel. In fact, stainless steel. When I first bought the Clean Canteen,
Yep.
that's a stainless steel vessel. and I bought it. I thought I was being conned first of all, because I thought, right, stainless steel. I'll put my magnet on it to check whether it is stainless steel. And the magnet wouldn't stick to it. I thought, hang on a minute, if it's stainless steel, the magnet should stick to it. The thing is, stainless. It's a type of stainless steel. It's sort of a mixture of other things. And this type of stainless steel they use in the clean canteen is one. It's a sanitary one. What do you call it? When you eat and drink out of. I can't remember the name offhand. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And then nowadays, yep, you've got the one step up from there. We're into the technical realms of titanium. And like you say, if you look at some of the prices of titanium cooking pots and expedition gear, mountaineering gear, the MSR cooking pot, for instance, it's just ridiculous prices, some of them. So
Yeah,
you've got to look for the keep your eyes out, look for the bargains. And there's a lot of bargains on eBay. If you there's a couple of websites you can go on, like PickClick, which is an eBay searching website. You just type in what you want, and it'll throw up all the results instantly straight away. It's an easy way to scroll through eBay. If you type in there expedition gear, it will throw up all these types of high-end gear that you can get for a fraction of the price, and it's all quality gear. You can pick up some bargains on there. You can also have an idea what some of this gear is worth and costs brand new. But yeah, it's not cheap. When it comes to prepping, you're preparing for all sorts of stuff from minor disasters, local emergencies, all the way up to complete SHTF.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not a cheap thing to do, and it does take people a long time to fully prepare themselves for whatever threats they face. You've got to keep your eye out for bargains. There's a lot of people's interests change over the years, and you get these young guys. They go into their sort of adventure training phase of life, mountaineering phase of life. They reach a certain age, they get married, have kids, and they realize they don't do these activities as much anymore, and they sell it on eBay. And yeah, there's obviously other places to look for other than eBay.
Yeah.
And we've got JUFM. I think I'm saying it right. It says, when it comes to titanium cookware, I've heard that it's difficult to get even heating.
I heard the same thing. Yeah.
Well, I think the only experience I've had with that is the heating. The heat doesn't dissipate across the bottom of the pan as evenly as it would with steel. If you've got a direct flame, let's say it's gas, in the center of a wide cooking pan, it doesn't dissipate to the outer edges as evenly as it would with steel. That's the only thing I can think that he's talking about there. But
yeah, that is what I have heard as well.
yeah, like CR says there's trade-offs and pros with any metal. So you got to weigh out the odds, really. What you actually buying it for? Brand name, because it's light, convenient. Titanium. I suggest it's because it's the lightweight element of it is the appealing factor.
And it also depends on what you are going to use it for.
Yeah. So
If you are hiking a long distance, you don't want to have uh, stainless steel because that would be too heavy. So
yeah, you've got to weigh up the odds. Again, the good thing about titanium is when you're considering what to put in, say, hiking gear, for instance, you want something that's lightweight and is strong and is going to last the duration of the event and so on. Not going to get dinged and dented. And
aluminum has a tendency to get dings and very easily if you drop it. So
yeah, I had a Trangia stove set once, and it just, yeah, like you said, it gets bashed about quite a lot, and it's so easy to get dented. That's lightweight, but not as durable. So JUFM says, when it comes to canteen cups, many vets say you won't burn your lips as often drinking hot beverage from steel as you would aluminium. Right. So JUFM, I'm a veteran, and I was in the army for 25 years. A large portion of that on foot, and to be honest, I didn't really cook anything. Well, sorry, I'll rephrase that. Let's think back. So yeah, I've used aluminium mugs, steel mugs, and I've always steered towards the steel mug because of its durability mainly. But any metal mug that I've used, I haven't really noticed a difference. I've burnt my lips on all of them. And what we used to do is we used to put some black gaffer tape, duct tape around the top edge of the cup where you drink from, and then drink it from there. And then as time progressed on and various things came out, at one point we trialed these little plastic fold-in mugs that you get. They fold in half in on themselves. I think they originated in Norway or Sweden or somewhere like that. Shadow, do you know the
yeah,
ones I mean? Yeah, we trialed them
yeah, I
out,
know what
and
you mean.
we ended up just adopting the regime of boiling the water with boiling the bag in your little metal mug, and then take your boiling the bag out. You eat that, and the water goes into fold-in plastic mug, which weighs nothing and it collapses down anyway. At one point in the army, they issued everybody with this particular uh, water bottle and mug set. And the mug fitting on top of the water bottle. That was made of steel, and it came with a black plastic rim that you fitted on top of the rim of the metal mug to avoid burning your lips. But there that was the least of your problems, because you guarantee on the first day of an exercise, you in the morning you'd have a burnt tongue anyway, because in the cold morning you quickly drink down a hot drink and you burn your tongue. So yeah, you start to get wise after. Same with every outing, every expedition, every deployment. It's the first 2 or 3 days where you're more prone to getting burnt, cut. Uh, you're going to injure your fingers. You're going to drink hot drinks too hot, and you're going to realize that's the problem. You're going to burn your lips, and so on and so on. And after that, after you get that out of the way, you become more accustomed to living in the field, and you get used to it. Just going off subject slightly, a big problem initially with any deployment is fingers. And when your fingers are cold and you're put and wet and you're pulling on rope and bits of string, tightening things up, packing things up, and deploying things, all this sort of stuff, the ends of your fingers around your fingernails, they rip, and you end up with sore fingers in the first 3 or 4 days until you get
Yeah, and
used
that is
used to
not
that.
fun.
No, so Yeah. Yes, they are. Don't burn your lips on that hot rim. Yeah. Hey, we've got a wise guy. So yeah, Occam's razor got another point there, which we haven't mentioned it. The Dutch oven, the Dutch oven pot. I've never really used Dutch oven pots because they're just too heavy for any footborne activity, really.
Yeah, they are.
Uh, even a small cooking pot made of thick cast iron is you're gonna just cripple yourself. They're all right if you got some form of transport or some form of means of getting to and from a location where you don't have to walk. Fine. No, you might be pulling a polk. 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, with lid can bury it with hot coals. Pretty good cooking while you're off fishing. I
yeah,
would like
yeah.
to have a Dutch oven.
It's all right when you got a vehicle, a bike, pulling a polk, horse, donkey, whatever.
Yeah,
But you go on foot, and it's a different story. And couple of miles into your walking, and your mind will just be ticking over and ticking over, thinking about that big heavy cast iron pot in your pack. Guarantee it.
I know. When I was a kid, my grandmother had a cast iron frying pan, and that was heavy one.
Yeah, they make good self defense items, by the way.
Yeah, if you have the strength to wave around with
Yeah.
it.
When a burglar is going to see if you've got the strength to wield it, he'll know who you're dealing with.
Yeah, they are heavy and they are tough to get a good swing with
Yeah.
if you're not strong enough.
See, this is where we need Bob, because Bob's a welder and he knows the ins and outs of all the different metals and stuff. I mean, I've got a steel boat, and steel is, it's durable, very repairable because you can weld it and make repairs to it and mold it and ply it and all this sort of stuff. But it's so it's labor intensive, very labor intensive. All the time you've got to look at the surface of the metal. You've got to, once it's treated, you've got continually you paint it and keep your eye on it and constantly maintain it. And it doesn't take long at all before steel starts to go down its corrosive route. And when steel oxidizes, when it starts to rust,
Yeah,
it'll actually rust in. It'll appear to rust in layers, and it can expand up to 6 times the original volume of its original state. Steel. So, I mean, it wasn't long ago I repaired. I've got a locker where I keep my gas. It's called the gas locker, and
yeah,
what we do there is hang on a second.
yeah. No problem. We hang on. Not steel, aluminum, or titanium, but I choose leather gloves over synthetic mechanics gloves to protect my hand for bushcraft. One ember gets on those synthetic materials, they melt to you. I agree with that. My trout line has been caught in trees before, but I never fished from a tree. Leather gloves just brush the ember off and you are good to go. I agree with that too. Lol, the patina gives it extra flavor. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I'm back. So yeah, rust treating steel.
Yeah,
Um, my suggestion would be to anyone out there, if they've got a vehicle, a boat, a vessel, any item which you do not drink or eat out of or eat
yeah,
with, I'd suggest. Well, this is what I've done. I don't tell anyone what to do. I just tell them what I've done. It's up to them what they do. What I do, I use wire brush, get rid of all the loose stuff, and use some sort of rust treatment. Um, there's various ones out there. I use one called Hammerite Cure Rust, and it
yeah,
comes in a little bottle. You think, oh, that's a little bottle. It's not going to go very far, but it does go a long way. And you just paint it on, and it reacts with the steel, and it converts it into a stable form. Some of the products are called rust converters, and you can tell the parts which have stabilized and have converted because they either they turn blue, and they normally dry in about 15 minutes, and then you can paint over them with some form of metal paint. Then um, just some exterior metal paint, 2 or 3 coats of that, and away you go. You're done.
yeah,
A lot of people I've seen when there's big corrosion or uh, dents or divots in their
Hey,
steel
Slippery
work.
Pickle, good to see you.
Slippery pickle. I've not come across Slippery Pickle before. I'll check his channel out. So
I
yeah,
have
a
haven't.
lot, a lot, a lot of people I've seen they used body filler to make the external look of their bodywork back to normal. The problem is body filler doesn't expand or contract as good as the metal it's filling. So all you're doing is covering up the defect, if you like.
Yeah,
So yeah, I mean, my immediate preference would be stainless steel, my go-to one, and then if I can afford it, I'll go towards the titanium option.
yeah, stainless steel, a really good material.
Yeah, yeah. I
It's
mean,
reliable and
yeah.
strong.
I'm not sure if you can what you can do with titanium. Can you weld it? This is definitely one for Bob.
I'm not sure, but you should probably could do some welding on it.
I know aluminium is a bit of a problem. It's a lot harder
Yeah, I know.
to weld and join.
I have I have I am I took a class for 1 year and 3 months to learn welding, and
Right.
I had to learn welding aluminum, and trust me, that was a nightmare basically.
We see a lot of aluminium boats nowadays,
Yeah,
and
they are
they
quite popular.
I mean they're excellent because they're light and they don't corrode. Basically, they go forever. Whereas you get stainless
Yeah,
steel ones,
yeah,
so heavy, and labor intensive to keep the maintenance on them going. When it comes to knives,
an alchemist.
when it comes to knives, my preference would be for stainless steel, but I prefer carbon steel really.
Yeah, I prefer stainless steel myself when it comes to knives.
But I've got to say, when it comes to stainless steel knives, the Mora knives sort of led the way really in terms of stainless steel popularity in knives, and they've done quite well. And I've got a couple of Moras, and I've had no problems with them.
Yeah, I have never had any problems with my Mora that are stainless steel either. So
even Swiss Army knives, they're stainless steel, and they're an excellent quality.
Aluminum has low melting point. You can't stay in one place for too long or it ends up on the floor. Yeah, I know that. It happens to me when I try to weld it. It takes some time to get used to welding aluminum.
So if I was to count up all the items I have made of metal, I think the majority of them will be made of steel, either carbon steel or stainless steel.
Hey, McBean, good to see you.
Hello.
Hey, Mark, you all right?
I'm at the Renaissance Fair here in Wisconsin.
Okay, that's cool.
Nice. I'd pop in and show you guys the fun we're having here. Can't hear anything, but I'm pretty sure you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and
clear. This is up in
Vanessa
Bristol,
Kitty,
Wisconsin. And they have it all summer on the weekend. We try to get up here at least once a year. I'm at the old ATM because it's not cheap.
Yeah.
So, just figured I'd pop in and say hello to everybody. Hope everybody's enjoying their weekend. It's finally, it's only going to be about like 74 degrees a day. The last 3 days we were at the feels like temperature of 116. So this is much more comfortable.
Yeah, I bet it is.
And a quick guest appearance there from Scottish Fitness.
Yep.
He's buffering, so he might be. Not sure if he's still there, but there you go.
Yeah, it's probably his signal or something.
Oh, he's good. He's put a comment and he's still there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got Vanessa in the house as well there.
Yeah, Vanessa is in the house.
So yeah, I mean, if you would count up all the items you've got, me for instance, I would say most of my stuff's made of steel. It's either stainless steel or carbon steel. I haven't got anything made of titanium, and what I've got of aluminium, I've probably got one or two things made of aluminium, but that's it.
I have seen recently on knives, they make them of titanium.
Oh, right. So you got a titanium knife then?
No, I don't. But I don't know what the pros or cons would be to have a titanium knife versus stainless steel knife.
Yeah, I was thinking, why would you? I don't know any sort of when it comes to blades. I don't know what would the benefit be of a titanium knife. Obviously, weight. I wouldn't know how. I mean, this is the problem with the average person out there. How do I know? The benefits of it, and then all we have got, then we're subjected to the marketing and advertising of the company that's trying to sell you the product.
Yeah.
Stick with the good old age stainless steel or carbon steel for me, or even the other one. It'll come to me in a sec.
Yeah, and they make drills of titanium as well. And what I have heard about titanium drills is they are stronger if you are going to do some job in concrete or metal, but I I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, would the average person need that? Can the average person
Yeah.
afford this sort of stuff? I suppose if you got a specialist task to do, then it's a different story. But
Yeah.
and then Slippery Pickle there says in South Africa, our knife grade stainless is called N6-90, equivalent Sunvic or VG10. Right. I'll have to look what those things are. I've never heard of them. So yeah, the other one I'll say is ceramic blade. Ceramic is good for cutting carbon fiber, especially.
Titanium alloys are used in many aerospace stuff. Yeah. Stick to the trusted and tested. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm very comfortable with my stainless steel knife.
It's getting to the point now where the price of products has gone up so much and wages have stagnated for so long that we can't really afford to keep buying all these high-end products. What you've got's what you've got. Maintain what you've got. If it works, it works. And if you can afford any sort of upmarket, top-end gear like titanium or these elaborate products for knives and other items, then fine, it will be a luxury. But yeah, I mean, it's the same with any other prep, I suppose. Anyone who's you've got to make sure your preps to begin with, and then slowly upgrade your gear as you go along. You can't be expected just to go out there, fork out thousands of pounds, thousands of dollars, thousands of crowns worth of items. Not many people are in the position to do that sort of thing these days.
Yeah, I agree. The prices has gone up really a lot. So.
And of course, there's various. If you got the skills to do it, if you got a forge, welding skills, and all the other tools to make things, you can harvest a lot of steels from various things, wrecked cars, parts of trains, boats, parts of buildings, and you could make your own your items if you need be.
Yeah,
it would just
if you have the skill to forge your own.
Yeah. So the accumulation of skills and knowledge beforehand is key. And then you've got to know what you're looking for, know the properties of the outcome, and see it through.
Take care, White Zulu.
White Zulu's going. So, yep, thanks a lot. We'll catch you later.
Hendo has a point here. A lot of folks struggling to keep up with the basics. I agree with that.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not just, you got on the monetary side, the average person out there is got so much to think about. Not only are they struggling with paying the bills, mortgage, 2.4 kids and a dog and all that sort of thing, but they're so consumed with the work on top of that they just haven't got time to conduct extra training activities, research, and so on and so on. The average person is going out 9-to-5 job. The only time off they get is weekends and late in the evenings. And all they're interested in doing, all they're capable of doing, some of them, is just sitting down, relaxing, and think, thank Christ for that. Wait till Monday morning, start again. And a lot of people are living month by month. Some living day by day, week by week. Depends on how they get paid. And a lot of people can't afford to prep. A lot of people, they go scavenging through, dumpster diving, car boot sales, thrift shops, charity shops, bargain hunting, and these are sorts of things which pay off. Like I say, there's not many people in a position to have free time, enjoyment, scope for training, and the accumulation of research, really.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So White Zulu just said then
they try to push again the USA.
Yeah. I just say White Zulu. Just read that comment there. It says, "Hi all, chapter 85 of my book is out now. Durban, 1970. I prepared to meet Fred's parents." That's the name of the book, and he's got a YouTube channel there. So, yeah, White Zulu's written a book by the looks of it. Might be worth a quick look there. Vanessa says, my ride time is mostly titanium. I certainly would need a lot of study to make that myself. Yeah.
Yeah. It takes a lot of skill to make parts for your body. Especially if it's made of titanium.
Slippery Pickles advice there. I work for myself. My advice to anyone with a 9-to-5 is find a side hustle and find a way to make it your main hustle. Yeah. Sounds like good advice to me. There's a guy in Vietnam who was asking my advice a year or so ago. He was just leaving university. I said to him, look, you got to find your own path in life. But what I would do is get a speciality, become an expert in that speciality, and you won't go wrong then.
I don't even, I never went to the university at all. I don't have higher studies.
No, I mean, yeah, I didn't go to university, but personally, I spent 30 years continually learning and gaining various qualifications in other aspects of life as opposed to going to university. I don't believe the school system, college system, or university system is any good anyway. You're just getting a tick in the box to get your foot on a job ladder, an interview ladder these days.
Yeah.
But anyway. So Hendo says White Zulu has written 5 books. She narrates from her channel about her life in South Africa. Out of Africa theme to her life story. She now lives in Cambridgeshire, right? I'll have to replay this this stream back and take note of some of these links and suggestions.
Yeah.
Occam's
I'm a
razor.
master of all trades.
Slippery pickle. I'm a master of all trades. You may have heard of my apprentice, Jack. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not, you know, what's the saying? A master of all, Jack of all trades, master of none. It's not quite a bad position to be in because you can at least assess a situation and seek out some sort of professional avenue to get the actual specialist knowledge from. You know what Reddit Air says? If you think it's expensive, if you think it's going to be expensive to do it yourself, wait till you hire a if you think it's expensive to hire a professional, wait till you do it yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you have the skill to handle it by yourself and fix it by yourself,
yeah,
no problem. You're ready.
Occam's Razor says there, in my homeless days, I could time when the convenience stores threw out the past date items monthly, all kinds of still good things, drinks, etc.
Yeah.
I was good at being homeless, soda can deposits for smokes, and so on. Yeah. Well, I mean, when you're on the streets, you've got more of an eyes on to the pattern of life around you. You can see the way life churns out, rolls around day by day.
Hey, Miss Worm, good to see you.
Hello, Miss Worm. So White Zulu says he's put the link up there. My website is www.whitezulubook.com. All right, I'll have a look out for that.
And the tools. No good spending 2K on tools to do a 1K job.
Yeah, I suppose it's true. But you could also say you never know what your next job's going to be.
Exactly.
There is a so you've got the buy cheap, buy twice regime. But I mean, most tools you get nowadays, if you're talking about hand tools, spanners, and so on, they are of a quality standard which will last the occasional user quite a long time. They won't last a professional user as long, but they will be up to the task they're designed to do. How many times that is another question.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had quite a lot of cheap tools that have lasted years and years and years, and you know, they do the job fine, and you come across one task, and one tool will be completely ruined by one nut, which is hard to get off, for instance.
Exactly.
Another thing you could do to preserve metals, vehicles especially these days, we're heading towards a time in which all petrol and diesel cars are slowly going to be stop being made. So the existing petrol and diesel vehicles that we've got, people will start to want to maintain them more and more often. And one of my previous cars that I had, when I got it, I used an undercoat on the whole of the underside of the vehicle. I used something called wax oil, and it's a complete rust-proofing treatment, and it dries black and solid, and it's a really good product to maintain and stop rust developing and progressing for the underside of cars. And the reason why I say this is in Britain nowadays, we've got a thing called the ULEZ zones, which are the ultra low emission zones being introduced into every town and city. And it's a slow creep. And this is becoming, it's particularly relevant at the moment for London and all the big cities, basically. And what it is if you haven't got any vehicle that isn't an electric vehicle is subject to a daily charge. When we're talking London, the average car is £12.50 a day. That's the charge, and it's crippling a lot of businesses that are relying on petrol and diesel vehicles within that zone. And what people are doing nowadays, they are buying vintage cars. And in Britain, a vintage car is any car that's over 40 years old. And they're buying these cars because vintage cars are exempt the ultra low emission zone charge.
Yeah.
So when the big crunch comes and the last petrol and diesel car is being sold, and this is only within apparently 5 or 6 years' time. I think it was 2030. I think by 2030, the sale of diesel and petrol cars in Britain, and probably the EU as well, is going to stop.
Yeah.
It's just going to be EVs. When that point comes, there's going to be a big rush for petrol and diesel cars. And maintenance, preservation of these cars and vintage cars is going to be a much sought after asset. So
yeah, and they will go up in price too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, second-hand petrol cars at the moment in Britain have gone up massively. You wouldn't believe some of the prices for a second-hand petrol or diesel car here. It's unbelievable. You're talking, for a small hatchback, £10,000 worth of car for a 5-6-year-old car, and it's ridiculous prices.
Yeah, I agree. That's
it's
ridiculous.
It's all about the mentality as well, because here in Britain, people were just used to buying the car, sell it after 5 or 6 years before it gets, before things start to go wrong with it, and they sell it on. On the European mainland, in sort of Eastern Europe, let's say Hungary, for example, they're used to having cars for a lot longer, and they're used to maintaining these cars and keeping them and replacing the bits, and just, you'd see a car there 15, 20 years old isn't uncommon. So we got to change our mindset in Britain, and probably goes for the same as other Western countries as well.
The problem with an electric car is if you need to change the batteries in a car like that, the batteries will cost more than the car itself to change. So
yeah, I mean, the thought process behind electric vehicles makes sense, but here in Britain, for instance, we're just completely not prepared for what's coming. The recycling system for these vehicles isn't fully in place. Just parking the vehicle isn't in place. We could go down to our local Aldi or Lidl, and there'll be 2 electric vehicle charging spots for the whole car park. And you go there, 9 times out of 10, there'll be some petrol vehicle parked in there because you know. So the infrastructure just isn't there. Not just in terms of charging points, but the charging from the actual grid to the charging point, they have to be upgraded. The load on the whole of the power generation system, the power grid, that's going to be a complete strain. It's bad in the winter here without the extra load of electric vehicles, let alone with the electric vehicles. So there's a big tilt point coming unless they get their finger out and start some sort of radical power making regime, you know. But yeah. So anyway, the moving on to other things, then you've got canned food corrodes quite quickly, especially the acidic foods, tomatoes, pineapple,
Indeed.
and so on. I've had a couple of cans burst on me. It's interesting when you look at some of these cans. You know, it might seem a boring subject, but canned food, they're not all the same. You open up a can of tomatoes from, let's say, Lidl, a can of tomatoes from Tesco, a can of tomatoes from Walmart, and you look empty it out, and you look inside, and the lining will probably be different for each one of those cans. Some people use, or some manufacturers use a lacquer, a really thin sort of lacquer inside the can, and it's transparent, so you can't really tell it's there unless you really get into it and scratch it. The other ones, the cheaper cans, or the manufacturers, they use a white plastic liner, as CR says there, plastic liner, and they're the ones I really avoid because I don't like the idea of a plastic liner leaching into food that I've stored for 3-4 years plus. So
Yeah, I have seen that plastic liner in some of the cans.
yeah, mainly the acidic sort of foodstuffs. Like I
Yeah,
say, tomatoes, pineapple, the big ones. They're the most acidic ones I can think of, anyway. Even things like tins of mackerel as well,
yeah.
tuna,
The
and so
cans
on.
of mackerel I buy, and the tuna has does not that plastic liner inside, so that's good.
Right, and this is the sort of thing people will see and know if they store what they eat. One in, one out, take one off the shelf, and gradually over time you'll know which ones have got the plastic linings in, which ones haven't, which ones are lacquer line, and so on and so on. So yeah, foodstuffs as well. Yeah, Miss Worm says there, a lot of tins now are stackable. We've been collecting them to make a solar heater, and they don't stack. Yeah, I've noticed that. You do get certain cans. I mean, it's convenient when cans nicely slot and stack on top of each other, because you can they don't fall over when you can stack them up. And it sounds simple, but it does make a lot of difference. And just different manufacturers, I suppose. There are things you can do to actually prevent the corrosion of of cans. You can actually, if you really felt the need to, you could cover them in some sort of silicone or oil, something like that, or some sort of coating
Yeah.
to preserve the can for even longer. But you're probably better off, I'd suggest, just cycling through your food. And of course, cans, we'll know they're shaped in a specific way, that they've got indicators on them to tell you if and when they're starting to corrode or go bad, because they'll bulge at the top and deform if there's anything wrong with the contents. Going back to tools and stuff like that, anything from a portable mast for a communications device to an outdoor metal item or tool, as well as painting them, you can, because not every thing requires painting, you could coat them with and lubricate them with some sort of spray.
Yeah.
And
Welcome, our
especially,
treasured home. Good to see you, ma'am.
especially in in extremes of extreme environments like cold weather, for instance, you can avoid things sticking, and you can use silicone spray. And in the hotter weather, especially if you're in dusty environments, avoid putting too much oil on them. The Slippery Pickle says the best way to can food yourself, is to can food yourself in glass. Fresh eggs in brine can last something crazy, like 100 years.
Like 100 years. Yeah, I wonder how those egg will taste after 100 years.
You got to live to 100 years first.
Yeah.
You're gonna pass your stash on to someone else.
Exactly. Well, it's best if you can yourself. You do it in glass jars. That is the best.
Yeah, well, like we said earlier, it's you've got to have the time to do this sort of thing, and the average person who is working 9 to 5, they won't have this sort of time unless it's their hobby, or unless they're dedicated to doing this sort of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be the die-hard prepper who does this. I mean, personally, I've never canned. I'll just go out and buy the stuff, but that's me. I've got other things to do. Yeah.
They sell tuna in brine here in the UK in a tin. It's common. Okay.
Yeah. I store quite a lot of tuna. I prefer mine in spring water. When I buy tuna or any fish, I do not buy any that comes from the Pacific, purely because of the Fukushima threat.
Yeah.
And it was only, interestingly enough, this week that Fukushima has started to release the radioactive water back into the Pacific. They say they've treated it in some way, shape, or form, but I couldn't find any detail as to exactly how they've done that. And White Zulu says there, Shackleton, who was looking for the Northwest Passage through the Arctic Circle, was poisoned by lead from his canned food. No, I don't think that was Shackleton. That was the other guy. And there was a book called Frozen in Time. It was the Franklin expedition. And the Franklin expedition, they tried to establish a route through the Northwest Passage. And it was a multitude of factors that resulted in the failure of the expedition. One of the factors was that the tinned food that they had, it was one of the first times they'd ever used tinned food, was sealed down the middle with lead, and that spoiled a lot of the food. It was a big contributory factor to the failure, but it wasn't the factor that made the expedition fail. Like any disaster, it was a series of events that contributed to the whole end result, if you like. And if anyone doesn't know the story, the end result was they all died, and there was talk of cannibalism and all that sort of stuff. And a lot of them, I think Baffin Island was one of the areas which the surviving members ended up, and they found them years later, still preserved in the ice. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to food containers, it's a single point of failure.
CR.
So, a big subject that no one's brought up in the chat when it comes to equipment made of steel, aluminium, or titanium, like you said there, Shadow, is weapons. Firearms and stuff like that. Easily corroded, easily abused. So, I mean, I should imagine if someone has bought a firearm, for instance, then it's going to cost a lot of money. You've had to go through some sort of licensing process to get it, registration process to get it. Therefore, you're going to have the tools and equipment needed to maintain that weapon. But yeah, it's another tool like anything else.
Yeah, exactly. It was an experimental way to preserve food. Some of the sailors went mad from the lead poisoning, I believe.
Yeah, it's a good story to. It's a real, true event. It's a good account to read. The Franklin expedition. That radioactive materials are spread through the ocean. Are those countries going to ban fishing? No, they won't ban fishing. They'll just continue to do it, and people will just continue to eat the stuff. Personal choice, everyone out there. So.
I hear they're trying to ban meat in 12 cities in the US by 2030. Okay.
That wouldn't surprise me. If they had their way, then that would happen probably. So when it comes to anything made of metal, these are key items. And when you've lost society, when you've lost the power grid, you're left with what you've got what you've got. Unless you can make, you've got the knowledge to harvest and make your own tools, anything from weapons, bladed weapons, to cooking pots unless you know how to make them, then you've got to know how to preserve them and keep them. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. Yeah, Miss Worm
If
there
you're
says they're trying.
going to make some tools, you need a forge.
Yeah, yep.
And other
was-
tools if you might need to. So
Yeah, there was various accounts and survival stories, this sort of stuff. One of them was from this family who isolated themselves for various reasons in the Russian taiga forest, and 30 or 40 years they spent there on their own, living like hermits. When they eventually found them, and they got interviewing them and all this sort of stuff and questioning them, they said that their most valuable items were their cooking pots, which makes sense because if you've lost the ability to make things, then things like a cooking pot isn't easily you can't replicate it as easy.
no, it's pretty difficult to do.
You can obviously make a wooden bowl or something like that, but a cooking vessel is a lot harder. You can make do in a survival situation, but when it comes to long-term events, you need things, essential items like cooking pots, implements like knives to sustain and continue on. Like CR says, there's simple tools make more complex tools.
True.
So Vanessa says the submarine docked in Gorton, Connecticut, was the first nuclear submarine to make the underwater North Passage. I bet the Northwest Passage has changed a lot in the last 100 years. And Slippery Pickle says, I've got a tool and die maker, an automotive engineer, and a gun smith in my zombie apocalypse team. All unvaxxed survivor types. I'm the electrician, so power generation is me. Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool, actually.
Well,
Good
yeah,
skill.
I mean, we've spoken about this quite a few times. You can't be a one-man band. You can't know everything. You've got to have a selection of specialists, obviously with overlapping skill sets to continue on. Everything from, you could put together an ideal sort of survival team, if you like, from doctor, dentist, metalsmith, gunsmith, farmer, and all that sort of stuff. And that'll be ideal, but that's more or less not possible, really. So if you have got a core team of 5 or 6 people in a little group, and you've got the core skills and knowledge, then you're in a good place.
Yeah. No man is an island.
Yeah, exactly. And if you, it's almost like the isolated farm versus urban or city living. On the one hand, you're out of all the crap, living a carefree homestead lifestyle and all this sort of stuff, but you're more vulnerable to attack, and it's just you're on your own, basically. You've got no backup, you've got no mutual support, and this all comes back to the principles of defense. mutual support is a key element of defense. And if you haven't got that, your capability have just gone right down and you're vulnerable. So groups definitely is the way ahead. Collaboration is the way ahead. Communities is the way ahead. The question is, can you all get along in that community and group and continue on? It does, it only takes one bad apple in a group or community that brings the rest to some sort of dispute. But there's various ways of doing it and equations. And Vanessa says, I'm making a gorge and a furnace. You should make a channel. That'd be good to see that sort of thing. No Man is an Island from Slippery. Vanessa says, I'm getting wood stocked up.
Yeah. And Vanessa says you are more vulnerable to attack in the cities. I agree with that.
Yeah, well, it's a trade-off, isn't it? Although you're more vulnerable in the cities, you're more vulnerable to frequency of attack. If you're an isolated person somewhere in a homestead or a town, then you're more vulnerable in another form, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. It's different to really have a homestead in a rural area.
Yeah, well, it's just like urban warfare, rural warfare, all that sort of stuff.
That's a difference in tactics, strategy.
Yeah. And you could say it's definitely more intense and harder in an urban environment, because fighting in built-up areas is not an easy task at all. But a good example at this day and age would be an isolated South African farm. A nice little community out the way, just off of the, not isolated too much, because you've got to live your life at the end of the day. Access to all amenities. We're not talking about 15-minute cities, but you've got to have access to your medical care, your dentist care, shops, a bit of an area to grow stuff yourself. I mean, for me, I mean, the idea of a homestead sort of lifestyle is okay. When you start getting a bit older, it gets a bit more tougher. It's not an easy life to begin with. So yeah, it's all trade-off. Everyone's different, and there you go. Oriana, but it's Afrikaner Amish type of community.
Amish type of community.
Right. I'm not sure what Arania is. I'll have to have a quick
Never
search.
heard before.
Let's have a quick look.
I agree with that, Vanessa.
Arania. It's an Afrikaans pronunciation. Is a town founded by Afrikaners and an unrecognized micronation in South Africa. It is located along the Orange River in the Karoo region of the Northern Cape province. Right. The town is split into two halves by the R369 road and is 871 kilometers from Cape Town and approximately 680 kilometers from Pretoria.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. So just looking at the map, it's a rural large town by the looks of it, in a farming area. which is out the way from any sort of city crap, with all these sort of everything you need. So yeah, that's the type of thing I was sort of getting at. And Slippery Pickle says my gunsmith used to do cash in transit security. He survived a shootout as the sole survivor. 17 people died, 14 attackers. He's introverted about it, doesn't like to speak about it, only had a 9mm. Right. Yeah, I've heard that security and cash transit sort of systems out there are a big key target. And I mean, to be honest, South Africa is a place I look at as a glimpse of our future, to be honest, to see where things are going. And I think anyone who's in South Africa can actually contribute a lot to the state of security in a country, how to live in that sort of environment. You know, the constant threat, heightened threat of attack, violence, crime, and all that sort of thing. So Hendo says, see Irania link by two South African YouTubers. One is Colonel Chris Wyatt. I've heard of him, yep. Also friends with, and then he's got a link there, so I'll check that one out as well.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Chris Wyatt.
So anyway, steel, aluminium, and back on track to the titanium jobby. When I converted my van, my bug-out vehicle,
yeah,
one of the reasons I chose the vehicle I did, and it's a Citroen Relay, is that it's got a galvanized steel body. And I know from other people who've got those vehicles that those bodies will last forever, basically. It'll outlast me anyway. And unless you scrape it, chip it, or put a big gash in the side, then that bodywork and chassis will not corrode. That's a big bonus, that is, because you see some of the other vehicles like Ford Transits, for instance, they're complete rust buckets. The older ones were anyway.
Yeah.
I think they've started to go towards the galvanized body side of it. And you're just constantly replacing things. And you know, if it comes down to the seals or the underside of the vehicle starts to corrode, and you haven't treated it with things like wax oil, then the whole vehicle is going to be, you know, you can only weld it so much for safety issues before it starts to fail its safety checks, and then that's it. You're going to have to change the vehicle and get a new one. So yeah, preservation of equipment. They're called Seville vehicles. You've got there's a factory in Spain, Seville, and they make the chassis and the body all the same. And when you look at these vehicles, you can tell, and they are the Peugeot, the Citroen, and the Fiat vans. I think there's another one, and they make them all galvanized bodies. There's also a plant in Brazil, I think, churns them out. The Ram ProMaster, I think that's the same sort of vehicle. They ship them out to the various companies. You know, they're made in this Seville factory. They then farm them out to Citroen, Peugeot, Fiat, and they put their own sort of stamp on the vehicles. Then their own radiator grills, headlights, wheels. The insides are slightly different, but they're all the Seville chassis with the galvanized steel body, and that is a top thing to look for if you're doing any sort of vehicle searching or you want a bug out vehicle or a van for recreational purposes that will last longer than the average rust bucket, then go for a galvanized steel body.
I believe there is another car that has a galvanized chassis too. If I remember it correct, it's Audi or Volkswagen. I'm not really sure about which one of it is.
Could be both, actually. I think there's a couple of vehicles out there, aluminium as well. Because they want them to be lighter, corrosion free, and so on. But when it comes to cars, that's sort of the upper end, luxury. When you start heading towards the luxury end, or the vehicle aimed at the businessman, the company car, the Audi, and so on, then the longevity isn't there really. When you're looking at these vans, for instance, the Fiat Ducato, Citroen Relay, and the Peugeot Boxer, those engines and those things are solid. They're turbocharged diesel engines.
Yeah,
They're at least 2.5 liter engines, which isn't big for an American standards, but they will go like a rocket. Those things. I mean, my one goes. I can get 130 mile an hour in my van. 6-meter long van, and it does. My vehicle fully kitted out with all the weight in it. It does at least, on average, it does 40 miles to the gallon, 600-mile range. You can live in it, sleep in it, cook in it, everything, and it will go. When I first bought it, I went to my mate who's a mechanic and said to him, what do I look for? This one's got, quite a lot of miles on it. And he said, well, don't worry about the miles. The engines will go forever. You just need to replace all the things that will need to be replaced. The running gear and the perishable items on it, which is a standard for any vehicle anyway. So these things will go for quite a long time. And the top tip, if you look at, I can only speak for Britain and certain sort of European countries, but in Britain, all our ambulances are Seville vehicles. So they are Citroen Relays, Peugeot Boxers, Fiat Ducatos. And when I was scoping out, looking for a new, for a van to convert, I was looking at ambulances initially because they've got, they're sort of semi-fitted out anyway. They get the insulation there, there's wiring harnesses which are already in there, a bit of easier conversion, you're done. But I noticed that all these ambulances, they were selling them off when the vehicle had 300,000 miles on the clock. And even my mechanic said then, don't worry about that. They'll just keep going till, almost round the clock. And that's how cars used to be in the past. You'd hear the odd story of a car guy, it's been round the clock. You think, Christ, it's been round the clock. You just can't imagine it these days. A vehicle these days with 100,000 miles on the clock, you consider old. And they're just not making the components in these vehicles the same sort of quality and standards. It's just more of a throwaway recycle sort of business now. The more vehicles they can churn over and turn round, the better it is for the manufacturing companies, because they're selling them on and churning them out to the to us, the consumer units on the ground. Yeah. So, anyone looking for a van, Seville van, don't worry about the mileage too much. As long as you regularly service it, it should be good to go. Yeah, Hendo says mass production of cheap shite vehicles. Yeah, right about that. Slippery says a command gear bug out bag is aluminium. Right.
Yeah. It's probably the frame.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I used to. We first initially got issued external frame Bergens, and they were pretty good. Most of them nowadays are internal framed. You get a little
Yeah.
sort of aluminium insert to put in the bag. Not as robust. Oh, Carmen gear, is that the way you say it?
Yeah.
So Shadow, what buys have you got coming up? Have you got anything on the horizon? Any upgrades that you're considering?
Actually, I have ordered two small flashlights that are really nice. I'm waiting for them.
Right.
So,
I'm a sucker for a flashlight, for a torch. I was
uh,
a couple of weeks ago. I went to an outdoor store called Blacks, and they do special discounts for military veterans. It's like 20% discount on top of the discounted store anyway. And there was this flashlight under the counter. I thought, oh, that looks nice. I just had to buy it. It was a Nebo.
yeah. Uh, I'm gonna show you what I ordered.
Yeah. To be honest, I've had quite a few of those Chinesium torches, and they've been okay.
Okay.
Right.
It is this one.
Right.
And you have different flash modes.
Yeah.
You have low,
Right.
medium, high, 100% bright, white light strobe, UV light, red
What's your
light
thinking?
strobe, warning light.
What's your thinking behind this sort of thing? Is it size, materials, and that sort of thing?
I believe this has a magnet too.
All right. Yep.
Yeah. It's nice to have on your keychain.
Right. It's going to be part of your EDC, is it?
Yeah, it's for EDC.
And what's 73? Is it krona or crown?
Yeah, it's my currency, so 73. Yeah, 73 crowns. And it's also waterproof.
Right. Let's have a look. Let's do it. 73. So that.
Yeah, 73 crowns. So.
All right. It's £5.
I don't know what.
Yeah, that's not bad. It's £5, 25 British pounds.
Yeah.
And it's $6.60.
Yeah, and the best thing with this one is you can recharge it by your USB.
Right. Yeah. I've come across quite an interesting thing this week with USB. I just never knew it before, and it was, first of all you had USB-A, B. Now all of a sudden you've got USB-C. But you've also got USB-C PD. And the USB-C PD stands for power distribution, is a lot more capable. And what the USB-C PD does, I mean, if you can buy a power bank and it should say, 20,000 milliamp hours USB-C PD. What it does is if you get the USB-C PD lead as well, it can vary its voltage on demand. So it can power not just 5 volts, it gets 5 volts, 15 volts, 20 volts, sorry, all the way up to 20 volts. It includes 12 volts, so you can power 12 volt devices like small off-grid radios, for instance. And it's a really excellent sort of emergency power source to have, especially for radios.
Yeah.
So just a little thing I've discovered this week. USB-C PD. That's what to look for. And I suspect they'll be coming more and more. They've been out for a couple of years apparently. First I've heard of them, but they'll be more popular, guarantee it, in the future, before they come up with the next iteration of USB power source. So yeah, so anyone out there interested, you just Google it. USB-C PD power bank, and you got to get the PD lead apparently as well. So you can power new laptops as well. Are coming out with this function as well, so you can power a laptop battery and your laptop from this power bank, and you can also power reverse it as well, so you can power devices from your laptop as well.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
So yeah, I mean torches, flashlights. I think most of them nowadays have USB sort of power function when you power them off USB, and it's so much more convenient, to be honest, to be able to do that. So that torch, then, you anything else on the horizon?
Not at the moment, but probably I will come up with something more.
Yeah, well, there's always something else to get.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you found, once you got everything, you move on to just continuing food then, and water and all that sort of stuff. It can be a never-ending list. In fact, it is a never-ending list.
Yeah, exactly. So I probably will have them in September. Those 2 flashlights. So.
Good. You have to do a video on them. See how they get on.
Yeah, I will do that. That's the idea.
Yeah. Those I find if I've got these little torches dotted around everywhere, end of the beds, dresser, kitchen, and drawers, and all this sort of stuff. Those little cheap $1, £1 flashlights that are just sort of almost classed as disposable. So no matter where you are, you always got something to hand, if need be. You can immediately just grab and stop yourself falling over and doing yourself an injury.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason I chose those 2 flashlights was because I'm a member of a Facebook group, and one of the members there had bought a flashlight like that, and it worked perfectly. It didn't fail at all, and he had it for 2 months. So. Yes, here even frame bags can have metal.
The slippery pickle there says, handy tip for preppers. Get an app to identify plants and fungi. To learn how to take dirt nap, you'll start to learn how they are named in Latin and get an inherent sense of what is dangerous. Yeah, definitely. And that's that should be, on people's lists almost as a priority amongst other priorities, really, because get to know your local area, what's available in your area, so that you can harvest what's available naturally if and when needed. And even not just if and when needed, but you can just even in everyday life as the seasons go on, there's plenty to harvest and forage around with. But the key thing there always goes back to reminds me of Les Hiddins, the bush tucker man.
Yeah.
Most people should know who
Yeah,
he is.
I know that. I know that guy, and I watched the TV show he had.
Yeah, good, famous pioneer of modern day survival, as well as many others like
Yeah, I believe he was one
Lofty
of the
Wiseman.
first.
I say it always goes back to Lofty Wiseman. No matter what
Yeah.
people say, come up with, invent, or think they know that's new, it always goes back to Lofty Wiseman. Anyway, Les Hiddins. His what he did was he travelled around Australia, and on the back of that was this Bush Tucker Man series. But he travelled along around Australia, documenting certain or various areas and the flora and fauna that is likely to be of benefit to people in any sort of situation, survival situation, and so on and so on. And one of the products of this was he produced these maps, and it adds I'm not sure what the scale of the map was, but on the back of the map was pictures and descriptions of plants that were forageable, what you could eat, what to avoid, what was dangerous, and all that sort of stuff on the back of these maps. And this is the sort of thing people should be thinking about in their sort of local area and beyond. You should always think in terms of if FHTF ever kicks off completely, you will probably be limited to a 6 mile radius of your location maximum. Even 6 miles is a bit generous, probably 3 miles at most. So therefore, everything within your 3 miles, and that's sort of walking. So you're going to walk out 3 miles, and that'll be your sort of foraging radius. You should know what is in that 3 mile radius all around you, and you should know what is forageable, what to avoid, what's been contaminated, safe areas, and so on and so on. But specifically, we're talking about here plants. One thing I'd say about plants, if you're living next to farmland, arable farmland, then I personally would avoid foraging from hedgerows next to those fields, because the fields are harvested every year. And every year they put chemicals on those fields, fungicides, herbicides, all sorts of nasty sprays. And the thing with hedgerows is the hedgerows never get cut back or replenished or changed. And these chemicals, pesticides, and so on accumulate in the hedgerows. So avoid the hedgerows which are right on the edge or nearby fields which have been intensively farmed. We see people quite often here. Deorse has just
Hey,
arrived. Deorse,
Deorse.
we see people here in the autumn specifically. That's a big one, going round foraging for blackberries on hedgerows. and I just look at them. I think there's no way I'm touching that crap. God knows what sort of chemicals have been accumulated in those things.
I agree.
So, Deorse, how are you going there?
Doing all right.
I was just talking about. We're just talking about various things now. We've sort of gone through the metallurgy aspects of whatever. But...
Yeah. I can't say I've got a whole lot to add to this because I mean, I've never got into any sort of metal craft or metal smithing per se. You know, I took some welding courses back in college over a decade ago, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think what we need Bob here basically. I think what Bob said is I just keep thinking about what he says a while back, saying anyone who's into preparedness out there, key thing to learn is how to weld. Because if you can weld, you can just make things, just about anything really. It's all right making things out of wood, but you can't really. You make a mistake in wood, cut something too short, and that, and you have to start again. But metal, you can forage from things and make new things out of it, and join things together, and you can make anything from a makeshift cart all the way up to a makeshift boat, if you like.
I was gonna say, going back to just steel and iron, not too different. Like I said, steel by itself, like I said, it's no two pieces of steel are the same. A lot of people, they like to watch these TV shows. I think the popular TV show, like I said, I wouldn't know anymore now because I don't have TV and I haven't been watching TV in years now. But I think the popular show is the Forged in Fire, and they do like a challenge where they'll give people like different pieces of material to you're gonna build this weapon out of this or whatever. The most sturdiest part of a vehicle that it's real popular. People try to make some sort of blade weapon out of. It's usually a leaf spring from a pickup truck. Like the Ford pickup trucks seem to have the best leaf springs, especially for stuff like that, because it's flexible. It's flexible, yet it's sturdy enough that it can still hold an edge. It's flexible enough that it won't just break or shatter, but it's just hardened enough that it can hold an edge. But
the good thing about metal, of course, is it's everywhere now. We don't, if everything just completely goes south, we're left with an abundance of resources around us.
Oh yeah,
from lead all the way up to gold in some cases.
Steel, the hardest definitely. I was going to say the hardest thing is going to be trying to make refined, intricate goods from scratch if you don't already have tools available or you don't even have the skills. Like you got somebody that's learned this stuff, brand spanking new. Extreme cases we got to build like an electric motor. You got windings, you got insulation and everything on that. You got a stator you got to build. That's going to require some machining, and obviously all those different metals, they're going to be all different from one another. Likely your windings are going to be made out of copper, and you're probably going to need some sort of rare earth magnets or something in there. So I think
I think copper is quite a rare thing to see in everyday life. You don't really see it used in,
I don't know. I mean, the Greeks used the heck out of copper back in the day because that's how they made their bronze. ancient Greeks. That's how they made their bronze swords and their bronze armor prior to the discovery of iron.
I suppose you also got the aspect of, if you want to lie a bit low, there's got to be a noise factor, and there's a power requirement factor. Do you get any gas welding machines? Do they run off gas?
The ones I was using, they ran off of 240 volts AC power source, but like I said, that was owned by the school. They do, like I said, I know they do make the they do make the sets where they get like a built-in gas powered generator. Of course, a lot of these newer, heavy duty generators, you could buy at your hardware store. I say heavy duty because I'm not necessarily saying commercial grade or construction grade, or something that you find, like a pull behind trailer type generator. I'm just talking about something that's pretty big and you can purchase at like hardware stores like Harbor Freight. Most of them, they got like a 240 plug, power supply, so you could potentially plug in a generator or heck, an electric dryer on one of those.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's lots of. Go on.
I was going to say Miller. Like I said, I know Miller. Like I said, that's all I ever used was Miller welders back when I was in school. But Miller, like I said, I know they make a combination generator / welder set. I guess one should ask though, like say we don't even have that available for metal welding. Like, does anybody know the old school way of being able to mend two pieces of metal back together, as far as just using a hammer and forge?
Yeah, I don't know. Rivets. Well, this is it. You see, this is a skill and knowledge people need, isn't it?
Yeah. See, I wouldn't even know where to begin on that, and I guess that would be a question for Bob.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah.
I've seen Bob
got
for a
that
while.
much in the metal. Like I said, I never got into the forging. I really didn't.
Yeah.
Like, I did some sheet metal work, but that's about it. I didn't really do a whole lot. I welded some 1/4-inch thick pieces of material and some 3/8 inch thick pieces of material together. But I never did anything crazy. I never tried to fabricate anything from scratch, at least on the metal side.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I could probably attempt it, but I'll probably knacker it. The most thing I've made out of metal is solder something.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of.
Meg mix, CO2, argon are used for welding their inert gases, so they reduce the amount of available fuel in the shielded location. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Well, it's like I said earlier. I mean, you can't expect one person to know everything. You got to have an overlap of skills and collaboration of people and equipment.
Yeah.
At least know where to go to get something made or fixed through barter or something like that. Yeah.
Man, the stupid chat's not working. I can't even see what the comments are.
Let's have a look. Slippery says, Master of all trades. You read them out.
I mean,
Yeah.
the other thing I would bring up with the welding too, I mean, unless you've got the flex coated wire electrodes, and that's whether, like I said, that if you got the flex coated wire electrodes, if you don't have some sort of shielding gas or something while you're welding, like I said, that's why you need flex. you're not going to have good welds. It's going to react with the oxygen in the atmosphere immediately. So, like, you need some bottles of like either CO2 or just pure nitrogen or something along those lines. Something that, so I think CO2 is like the most popular means of shielding gas of, trying to shield your weld when you're, I guess I'm just talking from the standpoint of like a wire-fed MIG welder. I did a little bit of stick welding. Stick welders, the welding sticks themselves actually have, flux on them. The only thing is you gotta beat off a layer of slag off of the metal after you're done. With your first pass from your weld.
Yeah.
Imagine probably the same with flux coated wire welder too. I haven't done any flux coated wire welding. I've got a little portable. What's up?
I did when I took a welding course back in the 90s. I learned MIG, TIG, welding with our gas, and arch welding. So
yeah, it's not just it's not just about welding. If you go to all these an old steel manufacturer, forge, not forge, someone who makes things out of steel, and the old style of workshops, you'll see other stuff in there like lathes, forming machines, rollers, all this sort of stuff. Where so it's working with metal. It's a real complex set of skills. It's, like an art, like you say.
I was going to say, like I think the sword masters over there in Japan that made katanas. It took them decades to master their craft.
Yeah, I'd suggest to people that you wouldn't necessarily. Your priority probably wouldn't be making things. It will probably be repairing things that are broken and damaged. That'll probably be the immediate priority. And then as time goes on, as you want to improve a situation, then you'll start going into the manufacturing and stuff, harvesting bits of things from vehicles and other places.
Yeah, if whatever the grid down event that brings mankind down, humanity down a couple pegs, if it's real serious, I mean, you're probably going to end up building stuff from scratch because some stuff it's not going to be repairable.
Yeah, there'll be a grace period of harvesting, and then you're sort of on your own now. But disasters as we know it, every disaster is local. I don't think we've ever experienced a true widespread event that has completely stopped, as we know. I mean, we could go back in history, and you could probably say that the fall of the Roman Empire, the collapse of the Mayan Empire, however that happened, there's various theories and stuff. But we've never sort of had that happen to us yet, and there's many people out there who are convinced it's about to happen, and we can see sort of the slow demise and change creeping along, and it's just a matter of time before anything like that does happen.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're talking about titanium earlier, and I don't know if you know anything about titanium, but do you know of? Can you weld titanium or do anything with it? Do you know?
I know I can't, but I would have to assume that if there's anything going to be done with it, it's probably going to more than likely be TIG welded. Because like anything really outside of steel, like that's whether it's aluminum or if it's copper or something like that, it's going to be TIG welded.
Just going to Google that one.
Yeah, I googled it, and titanium is easy to weld. It's similar to stainless steel, as it needs to be back purged, and similar to aluminum, as the oxide layer must be removed before welding.
Right.
So it's
Right.
going to be TIG welded because you TIG weld stainless. And that's the thing. Like I said, I've never worked with anything outside of just like regular iron or just iron-based steel. I've never, mild steel. I've never done anything. I've never worked with anything special because, like, hell, even steel. You got the hardened steel, like the AR-500 and AR-600 steel plates, and I'm not necessarily referring to the ones that are used for body armor. Like, they actually have that, for sale for other uses. It just happens to be a cheaper material for, protecting one's body against, ballistic, small arms fire.
Yeah. So, a question for you, Deorse. So, you used to be a submariner, is that right?
Yep.
So, what extra measures did you have to do in the sub? I mean, was it a moisture heavy environment?
Oh yeah.
Was it
moisture and heavy
any
environment?
special precautions?
What's that?
Was there any special precautions you had to do being in that sort of environment? So for maintenance and repair?
For maintenance, we did a lot of painting. On almost all of our naval vessels that went out to sea that were exposed to salt water. And I've imagined it's the same for like the patrol boats that would escort us through the river out to the mouth up into the Long Island Sound. But like all the boats, they're equipped with what they call zinc anodes that would actually be attached to the hull of the ship.
Yeah.
And basically using reverse electrolysis, the corrosion would actually affect the zinc anode instead of the steel hull. But like I said, we'd also did a lot of painting, a lot of chipping, painting, just reapplying. They called this set on the top side. They had this black paint, had this special granulated stuff. I think they call it non-skid. We apply that.
Yeah.
But like, no matter what, I mean, friggin' rust was a constant battle. Like there'd be times where we'd have some downtime. That'd be when we'd be doing a lot of heavy chipping and painting, scraping. Fortunately, that was actually where I got my chemical exposure, was that paint, because that stuff's pretty toxic.
Yeah, I've got steel boats, and yeah, same here. Always painting, always looking for rust. We use magnesium anodes.
Yeah.
For mine, and we put on the hull. We use a bitumen type of paint. I did put this other paint on called it's a chemastic paint, but that's.
I remember a couple streams ago you were talking about buying that paint that's used for shipping containers, Connex containers.
Oh yeah, I've used that. Yeah, so on the hull, I use. We did used to use a chemastic paint, but it's now it's deemed unsafe now, so they banned it, and it's a carcinogenic paint, so it's now bitumen based paint. But on the roof, I used container based. It's a container paint. You use it for containers and skips and that sort of stuff, and that stuff is absolutely excellent. It's fairly cheap compared to other paints. So hardy, easy to go on. Brilliant stuff. And so if anyone's out there is looking for any sort of hardy external paints, then you look for container paint, because that's good stuff. That is. The only thing I'd say about that is it's as soon as it's windy, it's a bit difficult to put on. So just avoid the wind, as with any paints. But Yeah. So when it comes to subs, how about inside the sub? Any
Oh yeah,
any
no,
special?
we did a lot. When I say painting, I'm not just talking strictly top side of the sub. Like everything, got coated with
Right.
paint. Everything. There was, we'd be battling rust in different areas. Like the decks themselves on a submarine, at least on a U.S. Navy submarine, I don't know how else to best describe them. They're kind of like free floating structures. Essentially, they're bolted in several points on the frames, but they're not actually welded because there's actually about a 2 to 3 inch gap space between the actual walls, I should say the actual hull and the actual frames, the actual
Right.
deck itself, to allow for basically expansion and contraction as the submarine dives into the water. That the pressure of the water is actually kind of compressing everything and crushing everything. There's a certain tolerance, certain limit that certain depth that the submarine's allowed to dive down into before you're basically getting into what's essentially known as crush depth. And if you get down into those depths, then it's a big friggin' hassle because now the command's got to go back to the shipyards and got to get everything recertified. And usually there is some slight damage done to the submarine once you've reached crush depths. I can't describe, I can't discuss actual depths and everything like that. I can only generalize due to classification. Like I said, I signed a non-disclosure. I can still go to prison for this stuff. At any point in time, I can get my ass hauled off to Fort Leavenworth prison for treason. So
yeah, I know. I've done the same with my one.
Yeah, even if I was to go and talk with somebody else, like really the only person that I'm allowed to talk to are other submariners that were stationed basically on the same class of ship that I was. So, but anyhow, back to the whole painting on the inside of the boat. Like I said, we did a lot of chipping, a lot of painting on the inside of the boat. Those zinc anodes I was talking about, they'd be bolted to the frame members on the inside of the boat and be located down inside the bilges.
Oh, right. So on the inside of the boat. Why? Right. Because that's funny because on our boats we put them on the outside only because, and the only reason why you need magnesium anodes on a sort of leisure boat is because when you're in a marina plugged into shoreline, it's the boat next to you which will take your steel away from your boat. It's some sort of positive and negative sort of effect.
Yeah, the best description is like reverse electrolysis, basically.
So how does it's a bit technical. I don't think it's for here, but it's strange the fact that it's they're on the inside.
Yeah, they're on the inside, and the thing was like they even had it stamped on the zinc anode: "Do not paint over." You do not paint over those. You paint around them. Do not put any paint on them, otherwise, then you render them useless.
Right. So basically, you're destroying the sub is destroying itself. Your own anodes are protecting itself.
Yeah. No, the anodes were sacrificial. Like they were strictly sacrificial. They would get. I never had to replace any of them, but I'm sure that there is a standard operating procedure, for quality assurance procedure, something along those lines, where at some point in time those get replaced, every few months or every couple of years. I don't know how long one of those zinc anodes are supposed to last.
Yeah.
But I remember specifically in our space over there in the torpedo room, like in the bilge in the torpedo room. That was the same zinc anode that I'd seen since I joined the command. It was the same one after I'd left and never got replaced.
Right. All right. So in a marina on the shoreline, we can you can almost see the anodes corroding. You've got to replace your anodes over here on a 32 amp hookup every 5 years, I'd say, and they'll go on fresh. You're talking 1 to 2 kilo sort of foot long anodes. They'll be literally almost gone if you get a dirty shoreline. Yeah, so I've just replaced mine actually, and yeah, they're not cheap. But the thing is, on civilian boats, leisure boats, they only really protect sort of a good 2 or 3 foot around them. Ideally, you want an anode running the whole sort of length of the hull when you're talking about shoreline protection.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure exactly how many anodes they had on that boat, but I do specifically remember that one, like I said, in the torpedo room, in the bilge of the torpedo room mounted to the frame. I think I might have seen some others back at, but I don't remember them. So they don't stand out to me. The only one that stands out to me is the one in the torpedo space.
Right, yeah. Anyway,
which makes sense because that's my space. That was my space on the boat anyway.
What, the torpedo room?
Yeah, I was torpedo man's mate.
Right, good. Was there any? I'd say there's any jokes and wind-ups about locking people in the tubes and stuff, or is that a big no-no?
You want to repeat the question because I don't think I caught it.
I was going to say, was there plenty of scopes of winding people up and playing jokes on people and locking them in the torpedo tubes, or is that a complete fallacy?
There was some. There were some jokes of that, but actually, there were actually some procedures that we were told of that a torpedo man's mate might actually be expected to do, and like this is like no joke. There's like a protective casing. Okay, so torpedo. Most people don't know like these torpedoes. They had like a comm wire that was attached to them. Like it's a really, really like pencil thin copper wire with a really thin coating.
Yeah,
protect
like
the wire itself and keep it, from basically shorting out.
Yeah.
And like there was, I mean, thousands upon thousands of feet of this wire. Again, I cannot discuss to you the exact number of feet of comm wire that was located inside both the torpedoes and what we called the TMD, the torpedo mounted device. But on the torpedo mounted device, there was like this protective woven metal shroud that would unwind itself basically the length of the torpedo tube. And there have been cases where some of that shroud would get stuck in the muzzle door on the opposite end of the torpedo tube. So you got the torpedo door from the torpedo room where the sailors would be manually loading those torpedoes into the tubes, and then on the opposite end you got the muzzle door. Well, if the muzzle door isn't completely shut, it's not watertight, and if it's not watertight, you can't be loading torpedoes in there. You can't be loading your next salvo of torpedoes. There have been cases, extreme cases, where they would actually have to point the entire submarine at a certain angle. They'd have to use air, like I said, blast air out to blast the water out, and then open up the torpedo door, the torpedo door on the torpedo room side, and basically as the submarine's going at a downward angle, put that sailor inside the torpedo, shut the torpedo tube, send him down there with a flashlight, and they like I said, they'd have to shut the door behind him. He has to go in there with a flashlight, and he's got basically like a set of cutters, and he has to cut this stupid metal shroud out so that they can close the doors. And so at any point in time. Oh, hang on, sorry. I'll continue on with the story. Give me a sec.
So Shadow, I'm a couple of minutes, then that's me for tonight. I'll just let Deorse finish his His little tail there.
Yeah. I have never been on a submarine before.
Yeah, so it'll be a good, quite a good experience, I should think. Well, same with
Yeah.
everything. If it's your job, you'll have a different sort of outlook on it, I suppose.
Yeah,
But,
when I talk about submarines, I was thinking about 007 in a torpedo tube, and they shot him through,
yeah,
launched him from the torpedo tube.
yeah.
I wonder if that works.
Well, there is special forces who transfer subsurface transfer. I'm not sure they exactly do it through the tubes, but anyway. So anyway, I've got to go now.
Yeah, no problem, PV.
I'll catch Deorse later. Anyway, I'll play it on catch up anyway. I'm going to read through the comments and get some of the links that people have put in there. And
Yeah.
So have a good week, Shadow.
Yeah, thanks.
CR, if you're listening, have
You
a good
too.
week. Everyone in the chat, and I'll see you all later.
See you later. Thanks for stopping by, PV. I appreciate that. You guys don't understand BEE and the quality of engineers in SA shipping. I can't say I do. CR, do you want to join me up here? You don't steal the show, CR. I know you want to join me up here, CR. I know that. Okay, Occam, no problem. Sometimes you have to correct it. So it's some lagging. I have to do that from time to time.
Sorry
Not
about that.
often, but it happens.
I got interrupted about the towing insurance, and I'm a little ticked off because now PV is gone.
Yeah, he had to bail out.
I was trying to say, I guess he might rewatch us if he's got the time, but I was trying to say they had to send sailor down into the torpedo tube to actually cut that metal shroud with a set of cutters.
Yeah.
And like it's a really, really sketchy, it's a really, really dangerous task, but it has to get done. Otherwise you can't use the torpedo tube, send out the next salvo.
Yeah.
And like I said, the entire time the submarine's being held at a certain angle, and like I said, you're in this narrow tube that at any point in time could basically free flood, but because you've trapped essentially a pocket of air inside that tube, that's what keeps the sailor from not dying, and he's going in there with the cutters to basically remove that piece of cable shroud, so that way they can close the muzzle door to the freaking submarine. Like I said, I've only heard about it. I never had to do anything like that. We never had to do anything crazy like that.
That sounds pretty scary to me.
Yeah, no, like you're basically essentially you're putting your life and other people's hands at that point in time.
Yeah. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother.
Hello, everyone.
CR,
What's up, Steve?
what's up?
Did I miss the story? I missed that story.
You can always rewatch it.
No. I mean, like when you went to take that call.
No, the friggin' that call interrupted me because I was basically explaining something that could potentially happen. That's a rare situation. Again, I have to put this out there. I cannot see the chat, Shadow. I don't know what the hell's going on. I cannot get it to pull up on my phone.
All right. Well, we'll just relay it to you as you see
Yeah.
it. So good.
But yeah, no, like I said, I was explaining, an extreme situation of, like I said, somebody having to climb into a torpedo tube and having to cut the cable shroud from around the comm wire after a torpedo had been launched, and because the muzzle doors won't close.
It reminds me when they, from a James Bond movie, when they put James Bond in a torpedo tube and launched him from that way. I don't know if that is even possible to do.
Yeah, it is. So torpedo tubes, at least American torpedo tubes, I imagine it wouldn't be any different from any other country that's in the NATO that has a fleet of submarines. But torpedo tubes that are designed to launch the Mark 48 AdCap torpedo, they use so on submarines they've all got these air flasks. They're pressurized with thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds of air pressure. All they use is a little bit of air from those air flasks to blast a little bit of air, and basically that blast of air pushes the torpedo out of the tube.
Okay.
Yeah. We used to launch what when we did training, we did what we called launching water slugs, and that's all it was. We were just blasting air through the tubes. We did that as training. Basically, it's between the fire technicians and the torpedo men's mates, but basically we just run drills and simulations, showing that we know how to launch torpedo tubes. If we got into like an emergency, crisis situation, we ran across some enemy vessels, the primary enemy for, a fast attack submarine is basically another enemy fast attack submarine in the area. Because you guys essentially can't really see each other. You might be able to pick each other up on each other's radar, or not radars, sorry, sonars, but you can't see each other. And I don't know how good the Russian or Chinese technology is compared to the American technology. We always prided ourselves as Americans that we had the best, but again, I imagine every country says that about themselves, or says that about their war their war toys. We got the best, blah blah blah.
We have few submarines, but those few we have those who are on who are on those submarines, they are really good.
Yeah, I think Denmark has a few of the diesel electric submarines. And let me tell you, those diesel electric submarines, as long as, like I said, as long as they got a full battery charge, they don't have to go up to periscope depth to run their snorkel so they can run their diesel generator to recharge the batteries. Those are actually a lot more quiet than the nuclear powered submarines. Like, those are like stupid quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I don't think the U.S. Navy has any more diesel-powered submarines. I think the last one I can recall that we actually had was the USS Bonefish. Of course, that one got destroyed in a massive fire at sea. Scary thing to deal with, at least on a submarine, is dealing with a fire. And I know I've said that more than once, but like that's the hands down the scariest thing that sailors have to deal with is fighting a fire at sea.
Yeah. Fire at sea, that is a really nasty thing. You don't want to
flooding
have
is
a
pretty
fire.
bad. Flooding, like a lot of people think flooding is scary and it's bad. It's like, yeah, it's pretty bad. It can be very scary, but it could also happen so very quick that you die instantaneously and there's no prolonged suffering. You just, that's it.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be all, morbid about this, but that's the truth of the matter.
Yeah, that's the hardcore truth.
I mean, just you look at submarines, USS Thresher and USS Scorpion. That's what happened to those two submarines. The flooding happened so quick it killed everybody on board, and like I said, it was an instantaneous death.
Yeah, because the water that came into the submarine, it's high pressure.
Mm-hmm.
You have a certain pressure inside the submarine, and you have the outside pressure, and the pressure on the outside is higher than the inside. So, if you get a leak, it goes pretty quick.
Yeah. So there's a difference between like a leak and flooding, but and I can't even discuss that either because that gets to be classified. But basically, once the inrush of water reaches a certain number of gallons per minute, it is classified as flooding.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's so many stupid things that are considered classified. I can't even discuss, not even in a casual conversation here. Like I can't even give you numbers, but certain number of gallons per minute is classified as flooding, whereas a certain gallons per minute, it's just classified as a leak. Yeah, the dangerous part too about being underwater, at least as far as submarines concerned, the atmospheric pressure. Like you could be in an area where it's like we'll say in a disabled sub situation, submarines down at the bottom of the ocean floor, some shallow waters, at least shallow in the terms of some of the deepest sections of the sea that we're aware of. What's dangerous, like you could be in an area where it's watertight, you're basically in an air pocket. What the danger lies is like the pressure over time will start to build up inside of there because as you're using your emergency reserves of air, oxygen, and everything inside the submarine from the air flasks. There's more pressure that's going to build up, more atmospheric pressure, and it can get to a dangerous level where eventually, everyone inside, their health is gonna deteriorate pretty rapidly. It's kind of like a compression sickness or whatever. I don't know how else.
The bends.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's why it's urgent at that point in time to try to get everyone evacuated up submarine if you can.
Surface.
Yeah, there's actually a means of escaping a disabled submarine.
See you, CV.
Hi, Huga.
Yeah, sorry, we're getting way off topic. We were supposed to be talking about metal.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Deorse, you're stealing the show.
I know. Well, friggin' TV wanted me to start asking questions about submarines. Start asking me questions about, like I said.
Well, there'll be another time. We'll have a stream talking about Warcraft.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah. There'll be another time. So metal is like steel, aluminium. See?
Yeah,
And such,
aluminum.
right? But regardless of the name.
Called Adonir appears in the friggin' comments because I can't get the chat to come up at all. Anyhow, no, I was gonna say, a lot of people don't think, the salt water, at least for vessels, salt water, it's acting like a kind of like a battery acid. That's why we got those protective measures, like I said, the zinc anodes I was talking about. We bolt to the hull of the submarine, so the reverse electrolysis is only happening to the zinc anode instead of to the metal hull of the ship.
Yeah. It's very similar to like how copper can create a coating automatically. For example, right? That green sheen that turns, all that stuff.
Yeah, you talking about corrosion on copper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, salt water can mess things up, especially when it comes to electronics.
Yeah, like I said, the salt water itself, it's basically like it's like a light battery acid. I guess it's probably the best way to describe it. It's kind of like a battery acid. It's not dangerous to skin, but it's dangerous to bare metals that don't have some sort of natural coating or protection. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying before in the previous streams. There's actual coatings out there that are designed to create some light oxidization on the outermost layer of steel or whatever, and that oxidization is the rust protection. It's the further corrosion protection. I don't remember. I don't think the Golden Gate Bridge is protected in that manner. I know, like some of these towers that they use for these transmission lines, some of these steel towers are protected in that manner, though.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the Eiffel Tower right now. That much steel. That's a lot of paint.
Yeah, that's a lot of steel.
Yeah.
but it is a nice piece of work.
Mm-hmm.
Eastman Coatings has a coating that does such. I will use it under the can I buy next weekend. Okay,
Mm.
that's awesome. That's awesome, Vanessa.
Yes, welcome back, Fitness and Katie. So yeah, metals, right? I mean, like,
I don't
metals
really have.
everywhere.
Oh yeah,
Metals
like I said, I don't
everywhere,
really have much
ever under our feet too, right? From like an ore or whatever, right? We just refined it. So yeah. Pretty sure you'll be able to find metal. It's more like how usable it is, like you said earlier, Steve, right? How serviceable it is, right? Sometimes like it deteriorates, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever.
It deteriorates.
Yeah, it can deteriorate.
Depends on
obviously
what it is that you need to build, because obviously spearheads, arrowheads, and knife blades.
That's one thing. That's one thing.
Axes, yeah, that's one thing. That's in most cases it's not going to need anything real strenuous to make. But if you're trying to make
pure.
Yeah, like
right?
if you're trying to make something intricate or mechanical, like I said, an electric motor,
electronical.
If you're trying to rebuild or even build an engine block from scratch, there's so much
more pure metal.
Types of metals.
Yeah, you'll need a more pure piece of metal.
Yeah. And like I said, no two pieces of steel are the same.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna
have different carbon content or things. Magnesium. Well, the alloy portions of it, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, kind of like how a piece of wood has grain to it. Pieces of like steel, like pieces of steel stock also have grains to it, because like previous discussion with PV on the previous live stream for a few weeks ago, he was talking about extreme cases where steel will start to flake off like an onion when it's corroding, and that's true, and it does that, and it's doing that on the grain of the steel, because the steel is actually kind of pressed together in layers, So like I said, it's flaking off at the grain of the steel.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, this topic is a little outside my expertise, man. Like I said, I got a little bit of knowledge. This is way outside my expertise.
Well, I mean,
I totally agree with PV.
You had like a lathe and all this other
Hey,
stuff.
Rob Pena, it's good to see you, brother.
What's up, Rob? Hey, Rob's here, Steve.
All right, Rob's here.
Yeah. He's taking a break from his paperwork.
I was just thinking, if Bob was here right now, he'd be like, "Well, you guys can take that bicycle." And
yeah.
Remember how some bicycles used to be? Well, actually, some of them are made from different magnesium. There's often steel and aluminum and so forth. So even bicycles have different amounts of metal. That's for sure.
I am saving for an open build Slades 1515 CNC machine. I believe those are really expensive.
Oh, the machinery. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, it looks like a
You know,
a lot of CNC machines I'd seen back in college. Again, I'd been in college over a decade now, but they look like drill presses. At least that's their outer appearance. When you get closer to them, and you realize that it moves and it manipulates the metal on its own as it's machining out the surfaces.
oh yeah. No, yeah.
Hell, even a
Very
decent
intricate,
drill press.
kind of hand. Hmm.
But not expensive like a CNC.
And remember, trying to recreate that would be.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're trying to recreate that.
Yeah, it's
I don't even. You know,
a challenge.
and that's a lot of effort and a lot of teamwork. Right? I don't think one person would totally know the ins and outs all the way to it. Because
Aside
like
from the whole
I said
teamwork
earlier,
aspect, it's going to require a vast pool of skills for, because there's no way that
Yeah.
no single person on their own is going to be able to recreate that. And then you got a vast supply network that's
simple
gonna be
tools making complex tools.
needed.
Like I said earlier, right? It's just that kind of
Yeah.
build up, I guess, right? So yeah, we would probably be reusing off the landscape first. Mining would be like, or it would be like one of those things, or refinement of it would be challenging. Yeah, like Deorse said, like it's one thing about like, you know, tools, screwdrivers, knives, right? But making something like an engine or would be much more challenging.
Electric motor.
Yeah, that'd be much more challenging.
Like, so you got copper, you got copper windings, you got rare earth magnets in there. You got stator.
Oh yeah.
Stator's the moving component, and they're all made out of different metals.
Yeah, if you think about it, yeah. Yeah, rare earth metals like neodymium. So, like it's obviously it's not steel, but you know, it interacts with these things, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one thing to make, you know, something that's stationary or doesn't move, like let's just say a full tank knife, right? But to start making like other things that fold or can actually twist or bend and stuff like that.
Well, here's a simple tool that'd be difficult to make, or simple object that'd be difficult to make.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to make either a drill bit, trying to make threads on a bolt, or even trying to make a file. You know, the surface. You know, the
surface, yeah.
You know, they got threads, and then a file, steel file, flat file, bastard file, or even a square file or a round file. Like I said, those surfaces are all machined out, so it gives it the rough, textured surface to basically grade down the surfaces of other metals or other material if you're using wood or plastic or whatnot.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, even the screw. It took a long time for us to make screws. All right, it's only a more recent thing about screws in the grand scheme of it, of metals. Right, it's just like
I'm not exactly sure.
Or
when
threads
screws
too, right?
Fastener became a commonplace. If I had to guess about having to pull up the internet, I'd have to say sometime back in the mid 1800s. Be my guess.
Yeah. From like, you know, something handmade to something like we have today that's uniform, kind of, you know, this one is the same as this bread. Exactly. Yeah, so some of these things would be quite difficult to reproduce.
Yeah.
You know, simple tools make more complex tools, right? Like you don't have
Yeah.
those complex tools. You know what I mean? Then trying to recreate something, it's just from like just simple tools. It takes a lot more time. I mean, I think this is why it took a long time from the Stone Age until like what
And you see
you know,
the
like
quandary
the
that a
age of
person
metals.
can find themselves in trying to think this stuff out. You had to do everything from scratch. It'd be a
Oh yeah,
nightmare.
it's very exactly. I mean, you know, that's why a cutting tool like a knife is considered one of those things are important for wilderness survival, at least, anyways, because it's hard to reproduce that when you don't have the complex tools, or you know, you just have rocks. Right? Maybe you find a piece of metal. I don't know, but how much time that even takes.
Yeah,
Like
stone
to find a
is
smooth
inferior.
rock. Yeah, it
Stone
has
is
its own
inferior
characteristics.
compared to a piece of even compared to like the cheapest piece of flimsy iron. Stone is very inferior.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because the chips it's more brittle
Yeah,
in comparison to like right. Hence
and you
something
can't
like
get a
what's
nice you can't get a nice straight flat edge either on that.
yeah, and it's not ceramic. So it's again that trade off of it, right? So it's just like when to actually like a piece of metal, right? It takes time. You know? Like once you have the tool, then it's like you know that metal tool or whatever. Then it's just like you're doing so much with it though. So I guess
Yeah,
that's our
tools are
greatest
really important.
fascination with like metal, right? Because we're able to mold it, convert it, right? Like let's say, for example, copper,
Yeah.
right? There's a reason why, because it was malleable, right? We didn't have to refine it because at that time, back a long time ago, it was on the surface, right? And we discovered that, right? And then coming all together for all of this, right? So it's just like that's a lot of history, a lot of knowledge, right?
I was gonna say
We
the
might know basic things. But...
ancient Greeks used copper. Copper and basically tin, the two metals that you need to make bronze. Because, like I said, copper, like you were saying, copper on its own, it's malleable. It's not very strong. The tin kind of stiffens it up. Because bronze is an alloy of two different metals. And like I said, upon the discovery of iron, like I said, that was it. That was the pinnacle for many, advanced civilizations for, hundreds, if not thousands of years until discovery of iron, and then realizing, no, this stuff's really strong, but it's not brittle like bronze is. And it's pretty, like I said, it's pretty strong on its own. Like I said, I think it was kind of getting closer to like Roman Empire at that point, because I think the Romans, the ones that primarily capitalize on iron, at least as far as armor and weapons making, like swords. Yeah, my friend and I, we kind of had like a brief discussion last night as I was coming back from work. And something similar as far as the advancing of civilization and everything like that, and how things come full circle.
Yeah.
The rise and fall and the collapse of human civilization, as a whole, not just individual countries or individual empires or tribes.
Every empire will collapse sooner or later, especially when the empire get more advanced. When it
Yeah.
get more advanced, it turns out to be more complex, and sooner or later it will collapse. The question is when.
Exactly. And all these complex machines and everything that we're aware of, we're aware of their existence. Like I said, we're talking about the drill presses, we're talking about the CNC machines and everything like that.
Yeah.
How does one try to recreate that? How does one recreate the power generation stations that supply the power for those machines so they can operate? How does one rebuild the computer network that was designed to write the programs so that CNC machine can operate standalone on its own?
Yeah.
Like I said, it gets to be a huge conundrum, a huge rabbit hole one can find themselves diving into.
Hey, Guardian Outdoors. Good to see you. Hey, Bob.
Hey guys, good afternoon.
Wow.
Good to see you.
Well, thank you. What have we got going on in here, folks? What have we got? What's up?
Well,
We got a topic that's right up your alley. That's what we got going on.
made of steel,
Okay.
aluminum, and titanium.
Oh,
I got new stuff. This bottle made of titanium.
right on, right on. I got a
And I
couple like that of
got
stainless.
Yeah.
a pot and pan in titanium, and two
That must
cups
have been expensive.
for a whole set. Had to pay for 6 items. I had to pay 1,900.
Yeah, titanium ain't cheap, man.
No,
Yeah.
Actually, I take back what I was saying earlier. Now I think about it. Stainless steel can be MIG welded, but if you want it to be food grade or food safe, it has to be TIG welded.
TIG weld. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, TIG welding. That's a whole difference. Well, Shadow knows. He's a pipe welder. He knows about welding. That's his thing.
yeah.
Yeah, I only did a little bit of MIG and stick welding, and I did a little bit of oxy fuel cutting back in college 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, 11 years ago at this point for a lot of that. Holy crap, is the chat actually working now? Come on, chat.
Yeah, obviously. Aluminum is terrible to weld in. It takes a lot of practice to get it right.
I could imagine. It's such a weird metal.
Yeah, when you begin to learn to weld on iron and steel, and then you go to aluminum. The problem is when you're welding aluminum for the first time, you do the same thing as you do when you weld on iron and stainless steel.
Uh-huh.
But when you do that, you notice, oops, you get a big hole.
You burn through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And you can't fix that because that hole will get bigger and bigger. And at the end, you have to cut that part away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I arch weld stainless steel, and I also used a TIG as well on stainless.
Yeah. Like I said, I never got into the TIG side of it because I know it's a whole different animal.
Yeah, Rob.
Yeah, at Boeing, we had, like in the Auburn division, that's where they do a lot of parts fabrication.
Yeah.
And they had welders there because the welding, those very thin aluminum and stainless ducting for different systems, they weld a flange on the end of it. And let me tell you, these guys are really good. If you look at it, the quality of weld that they have on that very thin material, these guys are really good. So, and then where I worked at, final assembly of the 737 was, we had welders there, but they were for the facilities for welding together tools and different structural stuff for the buildings itself, not on the airplanes.
Yeah, I was going to say that airframes of like jet aircraft, it's all riveted together. Actually, even like smaller, like Cessnas, it's all riveted together because of you can't depend on that weld because of you can get metal fatigue on that weld.
Yeah, that, and also the logistics of it. If you got like 400 people inside of a fuselage welding all at the same time, oh no, that's just not going to work. No. Yeah, it's all riveted. You bet. I wish I had $1 for every rivet that I've driven and bucked in my life, man. millions of them, man.
Yeah.
I'm a little out of practice nowadays, but I know I can still drill and fill,
Yeah.
That's a nice set of titanium gear you got there.
Yeah, and I also got a titanium wood stove as well. So
nice.
Yeah.
Titanium considered fairly lightweight because I know it's sturdy, but
it's very lightweight. Yeah, it's lighter than weight, but it's than aluminum, and it's stronger than steel. But it's so expensive.
Yeah.
But I know that from experience, Boeing switched over from steel and stainless steel fasteners to titanium a long time ago. And if you have to drill out a titanium fastener, you've really got to be able to take your time, because if you get that titanium hot, it work hardens it, and then you're going to have to burn it out, Same with if you're running a piece of titanium through a saw, you've got to go very slow and keep it very cool, or else it'll turn into a puddle. It's the weirdest material. And what I know about it is, say if you've got a great big bolt that you use it to bolt on the wings, the titanium tubing and fasteners, they work harden over time. It gets stronger. It doesn't stress and crack. It gets stronger. It's a weird material. The Russians came up with that stuff a long time ago.
Yeah.
anytime you got to buy
with a kid,
something. Mhm.
I got a titanium spoon.
Right on.
Yeah,
I
and
know
you
the
get a
CIA.
nice little.
They had to do like some. They had to do like some covert project, where it was they're trying to acquire titanium, and the only place where you get it was from Russians during the Cold War because they needed it for
Russia.
the construction of the
Yeah.
F-71 Blackbirds, and they had to basically create false business fronts and stuff like that to bring this stuff over.
It is a weird metal. If you respect its abilities and capabilities, it's stronger than steel. But like I said, if you're drilling a titanium fastener out and you get that hole too hot, it'll harden up and you'll never get it out. Never be able to drill it out.
Good to know. Good point.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that actually, so I'm glad you told us.
And the work hardening part about it, the more you abuse it, the stronger it gets. Just interesting stuff.
It should be the opposite, technically.
You would think so, yeah, because all other metals, the more you abuse it, the weaker it gets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Metal fatigue.
We have a fence around the rear of a property. I will hold the materials in. Okay,
I was so
Rob.
happy so many years ago. My my coffee percolator, a friend gave it to me. A stainless steel one with a copper bottom. He gave it to me. That was a long time ago. I still have it. I still use it.
Yeah, stainless steel is a good material, but it's heavy.
You bet it is. Yeah, that's true.
It's strong as well, so.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think stainless steel is like, I think the makeup of it's like what, 5-10% steel, and the rest of it's all nickel.
I think you're right. Something like that. Nickel's really strong. Pure nickel is very tough. But
the problem with nickel,
there's a lot of air.
Corrosion was resistant.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with nickel is, and some people are allergic to it.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I've heard that with silver. I've never heard that with nickel.
Yeah, I know people here in Sweden who, in the coin, when they take the coins and it's nickel in them, they get rashes from it. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of that with silver. I've never heard of that with nickel. That's a first for me.
That was one of the big reasons why the Winter War in Finland is why the Soviets invaded Finland, is because somewhere in the north of Finland is a massive nickel deposit in mining. The Soviets wanted that nickel, and they didn't want to pay for it. They wanted to take it.
Yeah.
But Finland kicked their ass, man.
Yeah.
They kicked their butts, man.
Yeah, the Finnish are really tough people. And they were used to the temperature, and it was really, really cold back then. So, and Russians were not used to that kind of temperatures, so they had problems.
What I thought was really creative about the Finns during that Winter War was they had the Finns are used to being on cross-country skiing,
Yeah.
and they'd send those guys, their special forces or their infantry, through the forest and attack the logistics trains of the Russians. The Russians had large columns of trucks full of supplies, and they'd take a dozen Finns and ski out there and attack them and destroy and confiscate their supplies. Like, wow, you guys have got balls, man.
So that's probably where G.I. Joe got some ideas for some of their episodes.
Most likely. I'll be right back, fellas. I'm going to get a coffee.
Okay. How are you doing, Guardian?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Shadow. How's your weekend going? You well?
Yeah, pretty well. We're at the market today, and we had some information to the public about preparedness,
That's
which was
awesome.
fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can imagine that'd be great. Where did CR go, by the way?
I have no idea. He just disappeared.
He goes his way out.
Probably.
I'm not gonna lie, my internet connection ain't too good. Hey, I was gonna ask, how are things down there in South Africa at this point in time?
I don't know. Like with inflation, stuff is really expensive. So our economy isn't really all that great and stuff. But the weather's really good, and yeah, like that's I guess a really good thing. The weather's nice. The people are friendly. Yeah, for the most part, the people are really friendly. Like it's there's good vibes around. It's good. Like we have good weather too. Like so. Just really got to focus on the good things, you know what I mean? But besides for that, yeah.
They're not having issues with farms getting stolen down there still, are they?
Oh, they are. There was. I won't go too heavy into this topic specifically, but I'll tell you that recently there was quite a large gathering of a certain political party that actually advocates for violence towards certain people in the country. And after they had that kind of rally and stuff, like within. It's really good to see you back, CR. I hope that you join us again. Yeah, with after that happened as well, there was a couple of attacks that are related to farms, and yeah, it's just rough.
Yeah, I know a few years back, Lauren Southern went down there and she did her little news expose about that. About what was going down there.
Did you watch Farmland, the documentary?
No, I have not.
Do yourself a favor and definitely watch that. It doesn't give the whole current, I guess it's a perspective, but it's not just a perspective because a lot of it is truth. But you can find out a lot about it, things that I can't speak about right now in a live, you know what I mean? So the documentary is called Farmlands, and if anybody's actually interested in what's really been happening in a way, Lauren Southern does do a pretty good coverage of it. It's not that I'm, yeah.
All right, I'll check that out. I'm gonna see if that's on Amazon. I'll see about watching it.
You might be able to find it directly on YouTube. I know it was on YouTube as well, so you might be able to just watch it straight off YouTube if you want. But yeah, as with everything, you've got to. There's more to a story than a documentary. So watch it; it'll be enlightening. But all I'm saying is that there's so much more to it. And look, in the last little notes of this, I definitely think that the country has great potential, and I think that we have an amazing culture overall in the country towards one another, and we've got a very dark past. And considering where we've come from, I think we're doing extremely well. So yeah, I'm proud to be from here. Hey, CR, good to see you, man. And what's up, Bob?
Hi. It's awesome because you're part of it.
Oh, you CR. Appreciate that, man.
I'm listening.
No, we got some interesting developments. I know that this material topic's really extremely interesting, and what I'd like to touch on just a little bit later is what you guys think of the current state of machine learning and AI, and what that could potentially lead to in the near future. But yeah, we don't need to go into that right now.
Yeah.
That'll be for another topic for another week. Or next week.
You think we could do that, Shadow? Do you want to speak about machine learning, AI, and the possibility of things going down the toilet?
Well, why not?
All right, that's a great topic. I think we could really go down some rabbit holes that are quite dangerous as well, but it's going to be interesting.
All right.
Oh, welcome back, Bob.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, CR. I had to get a little laundry started too.
Well, you have to do that.
Yeah.
Well, the laundry.
Hello,
doesn't-
Nene. Yeah, this is all my wife's laundry. Some of her uniforms and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah. I'm Shadow. I'm gonna go back to an old topic here. Where's Verna? What the hell? What the hell did you do to her, man? She she doesn't come around anymore. What's up?
I have no idea.
Man, I don't know. Yeah, she goes live and I'll stop in and, hello, beautiful. Hello, Kuya. A nice lady. Most Filipinas are very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, she's really nice.
Mm-hmm. So, Bob, I have a question for you.
Stainless. Okay, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, well, I guess you can go into your topic too. I was going to say, as a person that likes to fabricate, what would be your kind of couple of fabrication type of tools or things that really, really, really help? You get the
Depends upon what I'm making.
Well, I mean, this is still kind of general. I mean, I guess Shadow, you can answer that too if you want to, but just something. Let's just say, if you have this one tool, it kind of helps you do quite a bit. Just
a lathe.
If you're just thinking, a lathe for you, yeah.
A lathe. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. A lathe. If you get a lathe and a milling machine, you can make all kinds of cool stuff and make it accurately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a lathe, you can make a lot of money too if you know what you're doing. You can live with that. It can support you for many, many years. Like, if you just know exactly how to make certain things. There are so many amazing things that you can make. And not only things for motor vehicles and for construction, those type of things, but you can make things, you can make very interesting toys, is all I'm going to say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
I remember my cousin, she was an old hippie, literally. And she passed away a few years ago, but she had a stainless steel bong somebody had turned on a lathe for her years ago, and she kept that thing and used it for since the 60s until she passed.
Well, that's awesome.
That thing had been dropped on the floor how many times? It's stainless. It's not going to break.
I actually found from past experience of mine, from younger years, I'd say, but stainless steel and having metal can impact if you smoke through it. It can have an impact on your teeth, or because it gathers resin in a certain way. So there is a problem with that side of it. I'm not going to speak like an expert or anything, but I'm saying that
just something you heard, right? Just something you heard.
I heard from a friend of mine that this is what could happen.
A friend of yours, yeah.
Well, just a sec.
I have to take a short bathroom break. I will be back.
Okay.
Keep it going.
Yeah. Well, just to answer what I was asking my Bob earlier, I would consider like he was considering a lathe. I was automatically considering like things that help make things spin. Like I was because you always think of like the water wheel, right? It's just like, and obviously modern day turbines and stuff like that, right? Because once you can get something spinning, right, you can do something with it, right? From like pottery wheel, for example, and all that stuff. But I mean, like, if you were able to like that leap, right? It's just like if you were able to recreate that with what you have. Oof.
This is a project I'll do on my lathe soon. These are some Latin percussion instruments,
Okay, that's cool.
I keep these at my house in the Philippines, and I'm gonna take this piece of carbon steel and cut it down to size, and then use my lathe to cut some notches in the steel, so that this is the part that grips onto the shaft, and then put tension on it. And that's one of my lathe projects that's coming up soon. I was going to order some stainless or something, but I thought, well, is it worth the money? So I think I'll just stick with this carbon steel here. It'll be good enough.
Bob, am I the only person who's ever told you that you say shaft in a really strong way? I like the way you say shaft, Bob.
Yeah. Okay. You're a freaking perv. I didn't say shaft. I said shaft. Shaft. Even South Africa's got freaking perverts, huh? Oh my God, man.
You're good, Bob. With you, buddy.
But that's gonna be one of my lathe projects. Just take a few minutes to put it on the lathe and cut some notches into these. And this is the gripping surface. This portion here puts tension, and I got to cut some notches in the steel so that these squared off holes will grab and put tension on it. And yeah, that's
Okay.
yeah. My brother-in-law requested I make something so that we can set these on a table and we can tick 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 tick, because he likes playing the drums with me. Yeah, that's a lathe project. I'll probably make a couple of handles so these things are portable too. I'll put that on my channel when I get around to it.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Yeah. Quick question aside. So Slippery, are you from South Africa by chance? Are you South African? I see some of the stuff that you're saying. Like, that's very interesting if you are.
Slippery pickle.
Yeah. It is his first time here.
I've got some doweling, so I'll make a couple of handles and then put these on some handles, and then also make it a tabletop too. That's some musical instrument project I'll put on my channel.
Yeah.
That's so strange and very cool that you actually joined this chat through just by finding Shadow and the guys as well. It's really awesome. Welcome to Shadow Stream, and he has a stream every Saturday. So he speaks about various topics and stuff, and it's really a bunch of great guys. It's in a way great way to meet people as well.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's really fun. Like you'll enjoy your stay here. It's really nice.
Yeah,
to see
he does streams every Saturday until he's the blue he decides to do one on a Friday night.
And I'm still better looking than Shadow is, no matter what happens. That's a fact.
And Guardian is still the best co-host.
Well,
and
great.
according to Bob, both Shadow and CR are fired for not bringing any women onto the panel.
I know. damn it. Yeah, I remember that. That was the first time I met my goddess, Verna Cordone, which is right here on this channel. What? That's a what? Where'd that come from?
Yeah.
Did I hear that? Was that God
Yeah, I
speaking
heard
to me?
that.
Hey guys,
Okay, there.
did I go into a senior citizen delusional moment, or was that
That was
real?
Message Guardian, Miss.
No, Shaman, how you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
That's
Hi.
awesome. Hi.
She broke my focus. I was dreaming of. Oh, there it went. Yeah, senior moment.
Never mind.
Never mind.
I get points for having a female around, right? Is that
Yeah,
how this works?
you do. Uh-huh.
+1.
Indirectly brought a woman on into the chat. I like that. You're all right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bob. I still stick to my shaft comment there.
God damn. Well, I'm glad to know that there are perverts even in South Africa. It makes me feel like I'm not alone. I'm not alone.
No, you're fine.
Women are perverts too, but they usually keep that among the women.
Oh, God.
Definitely true.
Have you heard women when they don't think that there's any guys listening? Oh, gosh.
Oh, I have.
Can't be worse.
Wow, they cuss worse than sailors when they're together, talking. Oh, Lord. And the topics? Us guys have got a limit.
So we can just throw out this whole gentleman's talk out the window then, huh? It's like, oh, don't be saying that around the ladies. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, pretty much, man.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's a truth. That's a
right.
truth. Uh-huh. Because you know how us guys are. I mean, we do stuff with our wives in the bedroom, and there's a limit that you'll talk about. Women, they don't have that limit, dude. It just flies. I mean, they do. They're like that, man.
Yeah, they do. Definitely.
There's also a darker side to the fact that they love serial killer shows as much as they do, and that there's really like there's a reason why they say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned as well. Like you just don't cross.
I think they're learning. They're learning. They're taking notes.
Maybe not.
Maybe. Yeah, especially the serial killers, the poisoners, and all that kind of stuff. Women love that shit, God damn.
Well, they probably find it entertaining, and they have the interest. So that's why they watch those kind of shows.
I do. I've been known to watch quite a few documentaries about serial killers. They're
for educational purposes, right?
Wow.
Purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. It kind of is, because I want to know how they set these victims up.
I want to know how they operate
for abduction or whatever.
You are interested in the psychology behind a serial killer.
Yeah, there's also
that
a lot of Bob, do you ever watch interrogations?
Yes. I do. I watched quite a few, at least the U.S. police departments doing interrogations. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we watch as well.
Yeah.
Are you familiar? You're familiar with the channel Jim Can't Swim, correct?
No.
All right. So there's this channel. It's one of the biggest channels on interrogations, and I highly recommend if you enjoy interrogations and kind of these type of crime shows and that type of thing as well. Definitely watch Jim. The YouTube channel is JCS Jim Can't Swim, and it's brilliant. You'll really like it. If you just watch one of them, you'll see why I'm recommending it.
The stuff that they get out of these people. I did watch an interesting one there's a channel out there that seems to be targeting police. This is what you look out for when you're interrogating. And they showed the clear separation between someone who is criminally insane and someone who is sane and a murderer. They showed an interrogation of a fella. He was a university student, and he asked another student for a ride. So the guy was giving him a ride to this place, and the criminally insane guy murdered him, drug his body out of the car, threw some leaves over top of him, and drove off and kept going to his destination. And the way he confessed, you could see that this guy will never be able to be in society again, because he didn't do it out of a thrill. He didn't do it out of passion. He just didn't know that there was a limit. You shouldn't do that. He just didn't know that there was a limit. Do you understand? Then they showed someone who was cold and calculating murderer. There was a big difference between the two. That's what they look at when they send you into prison or send you to a nut house. And this first guy was speaking about, they definitely sent him to a nut house, because he will probably never be able to be back out in society again, because he'd do it again and wouldn't even understand that that's wrong.
Yeah.
When the officer asked him, "Did you kill him?" Yes, I killed him. And how did you kill him? Oh, I stabbed him 6 times in the in the chest. And you understand, he didn't even have anything left up here to say, "No, I didn't do it." He just like, "Yeah, I killed him."
Yeah, there's definitely a
Wow.
problem when there's no compassion or remorse or sympathy for other human
Nothing.
beings. Yep.
And he didn't even have enough left up in here to lie.
The thing is, there are, there's some very interesting people in our world, and you just got to be cautious of people. I think that's something that I'd always like to advocate for as well, is that people are just cautious of others. You never know somebody's true intent as well. And the whole thing with, I'll quote Dr. House here, and I'll say everybody lies, so just be careful.
Yeah.
All right, so I wanted to go on to as well, like this topic that is at hand as well today. That's true, the comment. And also just with the varying amounts of steel and things like that, and different types of metals, there are definitely certain metals that are like stainless steel water bottles, for example, things like that. They are extremely good things to have with different metals as well, for survival purposes, that'll just last forever. And that's one of the things that having, like, even not just that, but stainless steel, obviously carbon fiber blades are really nice because you can sharpen them to a much higher degree, but they are prone to chipping. So having like stainless steel, like a good fixed blade, full tank stainless steel blade as well, that'll last you forever. Something that's absolutely amazing.
Yep. But those are two things that are
one of my hunt.
A cutting tool and a container like that, that's quite difficult to recreate.
I've had 2 stainless steel rifles over the years, and they're for deer hunting.
Yep.
Because of the heavy amount of rain that we get here. And carbon steel, you're taking a risk on a rain day and night, not being able to get dry while you're out deer hunting, taking a risk on the inside of your bore getting some corrosion in it. The stainless steel, it buys you a little more time, because it will rust, but it takes a lot longer to corrode. That's why I bought 2. One of those rifles, I gave it to my son. I've still got the other rifle.
Yeah, if you look up the if you've got a rifle that's made from milled steel as well, so that's like your AKs, where you have steel that'll last forever. Like you can put it in the mud for like really, really long time. You can just completely bash it around, and they're so durable. So AKs are really, really renowned for their longevity.
Yeah. Oh, that's a fact. Yeah, you can. Hell, I remember one guy I worked with at Boeing. He was a Vietnam veteran. He captured an AK out in the field, and he kept it in his locker in the barracks. and he'd go out on the field for 3 or 4 weeks and come back, and they'd target shoot with that AK. And he said the bolt would be rusted shut, and he'd just take his boot and kick it with his boot, and it opened the bolt up, and it would still operate.
Yeah.
No tight tolerances in the Kalashnikov.
Yeah.
Made to it.
Yep.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's made to looser tolerances because of the reason that they went to. They were given away basically to military forces that didn't have a budget to maintain. So these farmers in Afghanistan, they'd have that Kalashnikov for 50 years leaning in a corner, covered in rust, and he could pick it up and it would still work.
Yeah, as people that look at survival and preparedness, obviously not advocating for anything really on this topic, but there definitely are things that last much longer. So it's just wise to invest correctly.
Here's one of the reasons. These are about $6 each. I've recently painted them in non-glaring gray color. These are stainless steel, and I use these as a belt clip on my pistol belts. The reason why I chose them is because they're stainless. Stainless is very tough. Example, you can take a fork, a one single tine on a fork, and try and bend that with your bare hands. You're not going to be able to do it. Oh, yeah.
I tried that. That doesn't work.
That's right. That's why some of my gear, I choose stainless steel over carbon steel.
Yeah, and carbon steel has a tendency to rust.
Mm-hmm. But on most of my knives, like these are carbon steel blades. Carbon steel is easier to sharpen.
Yeah.
But a carbon steel blade doesn't stay sharp as long as stainless. So if you've got the patience to work with a stainless steel knife blade and get it very sharp, it'll last longer. Different properties of the metal.
Mm-hmm.
That's an entire science, you know. It's an entire science.
It's just like how, it's just how you can use a carbon steel knife and get sparks off it. It's just like a piece of flint and steel, for example, right? There's characteristics.
Yeah, and there are different
qualities
types
to
of
it.
stainless steel too. There are 440 stainless steel.
So many.
There are C3 something 18 stainless steel.
Yeah. Yeah, because they're an alloy with, and they have carbon in it, magnesium. What's that called?
A really frequently underrated and overlooked blade is scissors. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got a pair right next to me.
Scissors. These. I threw away all those plastic handled cheap ones. I don't buy those anymore. I buy the ones that have got a screw in it where you can take it apart or adjust the tension on it.
Yeah.
And these tiny scissors, these are stainless.
Full tank.
The smaller scissors are stainless. That I'm going to use a lot, And scissors are really easy to sharpen if you know how to do it. They're very simple. I like these ones are my shop scissors. Those are carbon steel, and I went through different types of scissors until I got down to a selection of some good ones because I do a lot of shop fabricating. The blade, these are blades that are overlooked, are scissors, But those plastic ones you buy in the supermarket, they're crap, man. They're just garbage, man.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah. Those ones I got rid of all of them, Guardian, because you can't adjust the tension, and the good ones you can take it apart and put it on a stone and resharpen it yourself very fast. All you got to do to resharpen a pair of scissors is just take a felt marker and put a line. Just put a line on the blade and then run it across a stone a few times. And I only use water. I don't use oil anymore, but until you get a very thin, full length, shiny streak across just the cutting edge, and you're done.
Nice.
I've
Yeah,
resharpened
Sharpie's
these
a really
carbon
good
steel
way.
ones probably half a dozen times.
Yeah, having
They're easier to sharpen than people think.
having a good pair of scissors as well. Even for example, these box ones that I was showing, these box cutting scissors. So if you have a good blade, and obviously they're stainless steel too, but you are right having them a full tang, like a full tang scissors that runs all the way through, like is really useful.
Mhm.
And then just making sure that you can keep them in good condition, because in a lot of survival situations, that's why they're imperative to have a really strong, good pair of scissors. And it's brilliant that you bring it up, because it is something in the survival scene that's really looked over. And having like a good one can change so much of the game. Like there'll be so many scenarios where you just wish that you had one. Like, you know, it's those type of things.
Yeah.
So having a really good pair can just last forever. And it's definitely overlooked.
I like these metal handled ones because I do repetitive work, like cutting, for fire starters and for camouflage, and cutting thread and string, thousands of pieces. And after I bought these, I started hand fitting the handle to my hands for comfort, because I noticed that it like right here was a mold mark, a kind of a high spot. So I got in there with some files and sandpaper, and I fitted these to my hands. But these are made in El Salvador, I think, by an American-owned company called WIS down in El Salvador, I believe.
Oh, WIS?
These
WISS?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually.
Yeah,
I think I have a pair.
yeah.
I think I have a pair of
Take
scissors. Oh. Okay.
Yep. That's the kind of scissors that Boeing bought. They would issue out WIS scissors to us mechanics.
That's very cool.
Okay.
These
I'd love a pair of those, Bob. I believe in those.
Yeah, if you find those,
these are
secondhand or something like that, yeah, it's a good score.
This is these two here are a Klaus, and
can you show them again?
Klaus brand. I'll hold it up there. Right there.
Oh yeah,
Klaus,
those are
CLAUS.
Yeah, those would be really handy.
These scissors are made in two places, either made in the U.S. or in Italy, and the Italians are pretty good about what they're pretty precise people. They make a lot of landing gear parts. And then my wife brought me home this pair of scissors. These are medical scissors. So you can cut off bandages. It's got a rounded tip on one side and a sharp tip on the other. So you can so you can cut off bandages or clothing. Yeah.
And then Slippery on the side was saying that Slippery's also got a whetstone for sharpening items like that. So whetstones are brilliant. Like having a really strong whetstone that'll last for like a good amount of time. Oh, you can't go wrong with that. And those scissors that you're showing there, Bob, those are amazing. And I know that I don't mean to be somebody that rants on about something specifically, but I can't believe that you also enjoy the value of a good pair of scissors, because for so long they'll last you. And like there can be so many different times where you can use the blade part of a scissors. That's a scissors. There's a lot of things that a scissor can do that a knife can do, but there's not a lot of things that a knife can do that a scissors can.
That's correct. Yeah, I agree. Especially repetitive movements, like making ghillie suit stuff, because I do that too. I make camouflage ghillie suit materials, and I thousands and thousands of cuts, and that's why I want to make sure.
Yeah, a knife would take a very long time.
Oh yeah, knife.
Don't get me wrong, but
yeah,
it's just like Bob. In terms of gardening, sometimes I'll take scissors and cut my green onion.
Oh yeah,
fast with scissors, right? Just because it's repetitive and I have to do it a lot.
I used aluminum foil I used my scissor to cut that and sharpen it that way.
Oh really?
It works.
Yeah. I've heard of that.
Yeah. Although I don't think it would help with anything like chips or anything like that. I think that's something like stropping to maintain it.
Yeah. Here, I'll give you an example
In
of
my
some of the ghillie suit material that I make. I want scissors and keep them sharp, so I can just do this 10,000 times a day.
Oh yeah, you want
This
scissors that like
tick,
that's
tick, tick,
the sewing
tick, tick.
community.
Yeah.
The sewing community would use like fabric
Mhm.
scissors that are meant for that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. That way you can. It's fast, right? It's just,
Champagne family compound. Hey, Gil. Good to see you,
Gil.
brother.
hello, Gil. Gil was doing some, using some metal too, getting some work done.
Yeah, he was installing the post anchor bracket for the Patio's new roof.
And when you set the tension on a pair of scissors, you want it to where you can let it go and it will drop part way. Not these need to be retensioned.
Yeah, I get you.
That affects your edge alignment. Oh, that pissed me off because I sent in a Bollock Bayon box to my house over in the Philippines a carbon scissors we have in a kitchen right now. Carbon shears for general purpose in the kitchen. We just call them kitchen scissors. We've got a pair of them in our kitchen right now. And my sister-in-law was using them to cut vegetables. And she says, I'm throwing these away. No, you're not. Those are mine. I sent them from the States. No, this is rusted. She showed me the blaze. I said, that's not rust. It's called etching. When you cut vegetables and fruit, it's called etching. Those are not rusted.
Yeah, that'll come off.
No, I'm going to throw them away. I said, no, you're not. That's my property. You're not throwing my shit away in my house. You know, she and I just did not get along because she wanted to come in and take over. And no, bitch, go back home. You know, but so I just run them underneath the sink. I said, see that? It's not rust. It's called etching. It's like an acid etching on the steel. It's nothing to worry about. So I opened up another drawer and I took out a pair of stainless steel and I said, here, use these. These are stainless. They won't acid etch so much. No, I don't want to use those. And so I took out a cutting board that I sent from the States and a set of knives. And I said, use these. You know? No, we use scissors in England. Well, you're not in England, bitch. And don't you? And you know what? Never found that pair of scissors again. Freaking bitch threw them in the trash, dude. Just because I had some acid etching.
I'm assuming this is from your previous marriage.
I'm assuming that too.
No, recent. This is my wife's sister. Yeah. Wife's sister.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's history there. It's a cult. Huh?
Your current wife's sister?
What's up?
Your current wife's sister threw that away?
Correct. She lives in England. Yeah, she lives in England. And well, here's quick background. Her husband's a drunk. He's a drunk. And Gary was confessing to me that he's got no place to live when they retire and all that kind of stuff. And I said, well, move here to the Philippines. It's more affordable. Well, I can't, blah, 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 blah. And while he's drinking his 55th beer of the day, and he confessed to me that they're financially broke. And so here's his sister, my wife's sister, and they've got to watch the Filipino girls about this stuff. They'll do anything they can to slander someone and take their property. You understand? I know the game. I already know. Okay. And she's eyeballing our house for her and Gary. Get it? So anything that she could do to slander me, she was doing it. And yeah. Oh yeah, it's just politics, man. It's stuff about being married to a foreigner that most guys from the States and Europe are not aware of. You know, yeah. But yeah, she was doing that kind of shit. She moved furniture into our house, and then she said she's going to get rid of our refrigerator and replace it. And that's when I stood up and I said, "What? Are you planning on moving in here? You got to go through me before you move in here. You know, you're not just going to take over."
Yeah.
Yeah. But Scissors. Yeah. Anyway, politics.
Politics.
Now, Gil, I would send her a bill, but she wouldn't be able to afford to pay it because her husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Like
can't
Gary,
collect.
but he is an alcoholic. He even
You can't get blood out of a turnip.
yeah.
Yeah,
Correct.
look, right, so all things in moderation, straight up 100%. I think that having like a little bit of, if you can respect alcohol, it can be done, correctly as well. I don't know that you agree with that, Bob.
Certainly.
I just think that, like, when it comes down to the abuse of substances, alcohol abuse is so ugly.
Yeah.
Like it's just, and I'm really being serious when I say that it can be done in such a nice way, and it increases camaraderie to an extent, and really it can be a nice thing
Certainly.
for people having the edge taken off, But it can be such a dark road though, like alcohol and drinking and what it does to people, and it lowers their, if done in excess, it lowers their inhibitions. Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
I found out early on
I've
in
seen
my
so
life
many people
I was a
ruined by that.
borderline alcoholic. So, like, I haven't drank in almost 4 years. Like I said, I mean, I probably could pick up a drink, but I just rather not tempt fate. So just, I mean,
congrats, dude.
Well, I only had one this year.
Congrats.
Yeah. Mhm. I understand that, Steve. That's why I've got something in my life, tools and a stable family, because I stayed away from drugs and alcohol, where my constituents that I worked with got paid the same amount of money as I did. They were broke by the time their next paycheck came in, because they would sit in the pub all day, all night, or drink at home. Like, well, how can you afford to travel, Bob? Well, because I don't sit on my ass and get drunk every day.
Yeah.
They didn't like to hear the truth, but it is the truth. Staying sober, there are benefits to it.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah. I've got, like I said, I've got tons and tons of bottles of booze. They're all unopened. They're the same bottles of booze that I moved from my last state. They're my trade and barter liquor. If I honest to God actually had a real genuine problem, I wouldn't even be able to have these. Have these in my house.
Well, you wouldn't. Yeah, they'd be gone. They'd be empty.
Yeah, you really do end up with enjoying alcohol like in excess. You actually end up like chasing it as much as you can. Like any alcohol,
Certainly.
When you're in that mood, you just want to have more and more and more, obviously. So yeah, just having them and having that power over it as well is really something that you can respect. It's like you're just having it there, and even though it was something that was a bit heavy for you at a stage. Same here. Like I say that with full admission that I also had a bit of a problem at one stage in my life, and just the, and then going back to what Bob was saying, just the fact that there are those health benefits to not really, over consuming is great.
Yeah.
Well, the example is like wife and I went out to an Indian casino. Then they had a live band. We listened to a live band and danced a little bit. I had 3 glasses of beer. That's the most I've drank in I don't know how long, but each glass of beer in that nightclub, it was about almost $10 for a glass of beer. So if you do that daily, guess where your paycheck's going?
I don't know. $10
that
that's going to be like $5 or $6.
Yeah, the first bartender charged me $10. The second bartender charged me $7. So I don't know. But if you drink those 3 glasses of beer every day, there goes your paycheck, dude.
Yeah.
It's in a casino, Steve. So you know how they kind of jack up alcohol prices in casinos. And
stuff.
I never drank at a casino.
The house always wins.
Mm-hmm. You're right, CR. House always wins.
The odds are in favor for the house. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow this all relates to metal. From the cans out there. There's, the furniture you find on the side of the road,
cans,
right?
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think you've said that before. You found
Yeah.
things on the side and you've just kind of refabricated them, right, Bob?
You bet.
All right.
Yeah, you bet. In fact, when I was paying child support, I'd find those curbside stuff, and I'd take the more valuable metals and I'd sell it. Brass, copper,
Yeah,
aluminum.
just like this.
There's a scrap.
Yeah. There's
Yeah,
a huge scrapping community out there.
You bet.
Yeah.
And
They probably know a lot
I,
more about the metals than we do, right? They can tell you a lot more.
You bet.
Oh, this has
Yeah,
this in there. This metal, this is what this is supposed to be.
When I was paying child support, picking up that scrap metal put a little extra money in my pocket, because if you're paying child support for 2 kids, you're broke. Yeah. I mean, you know, really.
So I'm just commenting on 2 comments in the side chat real quick. So Slippery said something from Confucius, which is quite entertaining of a comment. He said, or they said, I'm not sure, you can't have both a bar and alcoholic friends. So from Confucius, that's a brilliant statement right there, and it's very true. I think so. Having, you know, the unfortunate thing about what happened is I had pretty much these lifelong friends, and when I stopped drinking, because my wife's not a drinker, right? So like about a decade ago, because she's not a drinker, I just found it, like I'll have a little bit of drink here and there. Like more recently, I'll have a little bit of a drink on like a once a month or twice a month, if that. I'll have a bit of vodka because vodka is quite a healthy drink in some ways. So I have a bit of vodka compared to, well, it's healthy drink compared to other drinks, obviously, and the white spirits. So yeah, just I think having a bit of a drink can be quite a nice thing. But the thing is, the whole fact that my wife kind of, because she doesn't drink, and we like for the longest time, for about a decade, I was able to move away from that, leaning on alcohol in the way that I did. So I don't really view alcohol in the same way that I did now. Like I view it much more like a nice thing for a weekend evening or something, having like 2 drinks or 2 or 3 drinks. And I haven't been drunk in forever. So like just, you know, enjoying it in that way. So I think that, you know, just speaking, and the point that I wanted to make as well, unfortunately, what happened was, you know, with alcohol and friends, is when I did decide to stop drinking in the way that I did, they just fell away so damn quickly, like, because they're all just, because if you don't share that thing in common, like that's kind of what a lot of people that enjoy drinking in that aspect want to do, is just, you know, drink more and have like a whole bunch of friends around and enjoy drinking. That's like, it becomes a core part of the reason why they bond. And that can be a mistake, in my honest belief, right? Like it can be a big problem. And then the comment underneath it that said one thing about WEEB smokers is that they got to tell the whole world that they're smokers. So I found, so with Occam's razor, I found that when it comes to smokers of that degree, those are more new smokers in a way. Like a lot of your people that have been smoking for a long time won't really feel the need to share that with the rest of the world, is that they smoke. In fact, they'll actually learn to be more reserved about it in a lot of ways, because they realize that it's not this new, fresh, cool thing anymore. It's more just part of their lives. So yeah, I think that everything, but what I will say is everything in moderation.
Yeah, I've got some good neighbors, and I think it was on Memorial Day. He was in the Army, I was in the Air Force, and I saw him out in the front yard. I said, hey, how about if I bring over a 6-pack later? And he goes, okay, you know. So he invited me in, and my wife was at work as always, and I went in there and he grilled some burgers, and he and I sat there and talked about the good old days in the military and things like that. And there's a big difference between the gentleman and his wife. He and I had maybe 2 bottles of beer each, and I'm done. I just left the leftovers at his house. You know, his wife can't stop at that. She drinks every day, and oh God, it's sad. It's just sad to see. Because during the time that we were having hamburgers and talking, and I was talking with his daughter and her boyfriend and all that, she walked to the kitchen to get another glass of booze, and the glass slipped out of her hand and it broke on the floor. And I noticed the reaction of the family. It didn't upset them at all, because it happens so frequent. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that
They just the husband just went over.
desensitized to
It's
it.
like, wow.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, to that,
Don't they
yeah,
call?
to her
Don't they? Yeah.
dropping stuff
When
and
you
falling
got a
down.
woman that's drunk all the time, like it's beyond social drinking. Just drunk. Don't they call like a? Don't they refer to her as a lush or something like that? Or
Correct. That's that's the
Oh.
U.S. term. She's a lush. Yeah. In fact, she said she's done a few inappropriate things to me. I won't go into details, but there's been no touching. I will not allow any touching at all of anyone. And she brought me in a back garden to show me her herbs that she's growing. And guys, she was like 5 feet away from me, and I could smell it from 5 feet away. I was like, "Oh my God!" And you just now got home from work, and you hit it that hard. Wow. But metal, yeah.
Well, yeah, meddle. I mean, I don't want to meddle in your conversation right here and steal the show from Bob here.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
I got some sound effects.
That was good, Steve.
Well, I mean,
you credit Steve.
I was waiting. I was waiting.
You were waiting and waiting. Okay. Yeah.
we can relate this to building, a still to make moonshine. You use copper.
Yeah, right,
so there we go.
Right.
Kinda,
Yeah.
See, everything's related to metal. If you think about it, right? There's so much around us that we don't even even take a second thought at times, right? The copper in the phones, the cameras that we're using, laptops or whatever, right? And all this stuff, right? It's just like we kind of always forget about it, right? It's just like, oh yeah, there's copper in there. All right.
So it's a little bit on the side of random, but I just want to show Bob quickly. And I think with Bob's interest in aircraft and stuff like that, and airplane, I'm going to show Bob a model of something. Give me a moment here, Bob. So these are obviously leaning on the side of fantasy as well. But I want to show you, because I know that you enjoy aircraft, and I want to show you something that I started last year. So these are model aircraft. And these ones. So
Oh, that's trippy.
Yeah. Really nice.
That's cool. Do you make those?
I use paints, obviously, paints, little paints, and it takes really long to make them as well. And you just assemble them, and then you paint them in detail, and then obviously you just do different colors, and then there's a whole bunch of lore behind them. They're from Warhammer.
That game.
Yeah, I don't really play the tabletop.
Yeah, that's
I'm more just collect like some of it.
Those scratch.
Yeah, I've got some.
You do get the original ones, which are more metal. Some of the original pieces as well were made out of metal as well. That's the way that they used to. But these are just like plastic. Like it's just a plastic as well.
Die cast.
Yeah, die cast.
Yeah. For example.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware that they made. As I say, I wasn't even aware they made die-cast metal Warhammer pieces. The ones I've ever seen were always painted plastic. Ones that people would have to glue and assemble and then paint themselves.
I respect someone who can put a lot of detail into what they do. I respect that.
Yeah, some of these, like some of the aircraft themselves, take well over 20 hours. Like with some of the, with the bigger aircraft that I showed you, that legitimately takes like more than 20 hours of just sitting there, 20 to 30 hours of just slowly painting each of the layers, because you got to layer them correctly when you're painting too. And it's a whole thing. And there'll never be, if you enjoy anything sci-fi, right, or anything that's fantasy whatsoever, if you go into Warhammer 40K, Warhammer 40,000, like, and actually like go down that rabbit hole, you will be endlessly entertained as to how much depth there is in that whole lore. I'm not going to go too heavily into Warhammer now, don't worry, but I'm just going to say
okay.
But I'm going to say that it's, yeah, I love it. Like I'm a major big fan of it, but I won't go too far down that road. But I am saying if you enjoy anything sci-fi and you don't know much about Warhammer 40K, you're in for the most incredible experience of your life when it comes to finding out more and more and more. Like you can just go down into like the culture of it. And it's been something that's been around forever. And it's beautiful if you're looking at lore.
And we can relate this to metal still.
Yeah.
I know we can.
Yeah, we can. Absolutely.
Mhm.
I know, because I know some people, there's these videos out there where people take aluminum cans and actually make stuff out of it. And I'm not talking about like a stove, but like actually, let's just say a figurine or something like that. So, you know, people do that stuff too. So,
Yeah, I've taken food cans and made them into bracketry. You know, I've got benders and all that. Yeah. Do you have a? Hey, Shadow, can you put my camera up here? Do you have a set of nice fine brushes there, Guardian? I do a lot of detailed painting, and I've got different types, fan brushes, and these. I like these tiny brushes.
Yes, we have those, and I'll tell you a sad story is that I learned the hard way when I started off.
Mm-hmm.
My wife will tell you about the story too, if you want to. Do you want to just
go ahead?
I almost smacked him. So
whoa! That's the start of the story. I want to hear more.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Yeah.
He bought these really expensive, like really nice, like fine detail brushes.
Yeah.
And I was an idiot.
He bought me a combat patrol as well because I love the orcs. So like I was really excited to paint them. And he started painting, and when he got the tip all damaged from painting, you know, the tip like it's like frays, you know, it like doesn't stay nice together, and then you need to like treat it, and then it'll go back into position. But he didn't know that. He didn't know you could just clean it and fix it. So he went and cut it to try and get the tip like nice and sharp again. I was so angry because it was like actually really expensive paintbrushes. And then I had to wait for paintbrushes to be sent to us again before I could paint.
We've got awesome ones at the moment.
He's not allowed to touch my paintbrushes.
I really did.
I'm taking notes, everyone. I'm taking notes.
No,
don't cut the brush.
They're great. Don't get me wrong. Like I've got new brushes, and so does she. But
he just had to wait longer for his.
And I had to learn the hard way to not be a complete idiot and try and cut the brush to make it more, you know, to get it back that nice sharp edge. To
do not cut brush.
Detail covered.
Yeah. No doubt.
Yep. I have cut brushes, but these are cheap ones. These little, you know. But I cut that just that size. But these are cheap ones. These better ones that have got the triangular handles and all that. The really expensive ones are made out of sable hair.
Yeah, that's what we've got. Yeah,
those are the expensive ones. Yeah,
I know. I cut sable hair brushes. I know.
Get on your face and give me 25, mister.
Get out.
Oh, that's a sin right there. Oh, Lord.
I know that now. I'm well aware.
I bet your missus told you all about it, didn't she?
Oh, yeah. That's why I asked her to tell you the story, because it's so much more impactful hearing the passion that comes out of that situation.
Well, live and learn.
Yeah, we do.
Well, what I'm doing with painting and all that recently here is that I've got these are some knife sheaths that go on our pistol belts, and I found a really good flat non-reflective charcoal color, and so that doesn't reflect any sheen at all for all of the gear that we wear around our waist.
Yeah, it has a more matte finish.
Right, and this is Krylon charcoal. It's made for making chalkboards. It's a very flat color, and I'm going over some of our pistol
That's
belt
interesting.
gear right now, and I've got another thing of very, very matte black, and I'll be taking those fine brushes and I'll put a spider web over top of this surface with the very fine brushes with a flat black, so it breaks up the outline of all these things. That's what I do. It's what I've been doing. When it comes to this kind of gear, that this is a last resort kind of gear, I want to make sure that it's very hard to see us if we're moving around or whatever the circumstance is.
That's smart.
And of course, this relates to metal too, right? This whole relates to metal somehow.
Indeed.
Oh, I knew it. I knew Shadow would use that word. I can put it in.
I always do.
Yeah, indeed.
These are some things in my painting kit right here. These are little spatulas for what do you call it, for different fillers. These are stainless, and stainless is really nice because between each application of a filler or caulking, you got to wipe it, and stainless comes clean just like that. Boom. It's not full of loose pores. It's very tight pores in the metal. So there's your metal stuff right there. The uses.
Yeah, and those spatulas are really good quality too.
Oh, I was about to mention about these tools. It's just like even the scrapping community. Like I know they use hammers and other little things like scissors and stuff like that, but sometimes these really fine tools that they use, different bits and stuff like that, right? Because they're trying to do it in a certain way, right? So when they have those metal tools that are precise or precision tools that have a different head on the tip, right? Then they can do all this stuff. It's just like, so just imagine trying to even recreate that, the precision on that, right?
Yeah. Tools make all the difference in whatever you're doing. It's like just mentioning with Guardian, quality paintbrushes make a big difference.
And of course, some of them do have metal inside too, so it is really damn.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of metal things out there. You would miss it if it wasn't around.
Yeah.
Randomly.
I heard it, Bob. I was just in the kitchen making coffee. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
You need your coffee.
Yeah, you do. Coffee's brilliant for you. Well, to an extent.
Exactly.
Like even that reminds me, even making coffee, right? Like there's metals that go along with that. From here, heating up the water, the copper in the coffee maker to like a metal filter, right? Or strainer or something like that.
All you do is just say the word metal every 2-3 minutes of steel, or just say a random.
Yeah. We'll just say it, but yeah, because we've already talked about the main stuff, right? Right.
Yes, you keep it on point.
Right,
Say, drop it.
Because if you take a look anywhere, pretty much.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That'll last you forever.
Yeah, metal water bottle, right?
Yeah, I bought.
That's so good because you can cook in it. You can boil your
These
water.
are stainless.
Yeah. You can absolutely. And is it a single layer, right?
Yep, I think so, right?
Yes. Yeah, I've got some caulking. I'm going through all my gear and making it quiet and make it harder to see, but I'm going to clean method 1 on this bale and apply caulking all the way across it so it doesn't rattle when it's on the D ring. But this was just plain stainless when I bought it, and I cleaning method one all the material, and I'd used some rattle can camouflage spray and made it more than one color. You see. So,
Oh,
That
okay.
looks nice.
So that way,
Nice
got
paint
dropping
job.
it would be hard for you to find.
and then I went over top of it. I'll give you guys a painting tip for your outdoor gear.
Yeah, those stainless steel bottles are amazing. Like that's one of those items. So I don't know, you guys probably watch some of the survival shows out there as well, and it's definitely one of those 10 items, right? Like one of those.
Yeah,
items.
well, you just because it's so useful.
I
Many different things you
don't
can do
have a
with it.
stainless steel bottle. What I got is some old mill surplus plastic water canteens that have the stainless steel cup that you boil your water in.
Oh yeah, the nesting cup.
Yeah. Yeah, those are good too, man.
Yeah. Yeah. After I painted these, then I sprayed it with this stuff is kick ass. Camp Dry, made by Kiwi. It's a silicone spray. I painted these, and then I put this as a clear coat over the paint. I've also got some of my gear in case we have to walk out of here because of radicals. Spray all my clothes with this stuff. The dries clear, and it's water repellent. You know, because it rains here a lot.
Okay.
So
Of course.
Mm-hmm. I've also used wax.
I mean, yeah, and of course that can of spray has metal. Right,
of course, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, so,
but you can use this on metal, plastic, fabric, anything. I love this stuff. When I was a hunter, I would go out and spray all of my hunting clothes, deer hunting, with that stuff. Let it sit outside on a hanger for a month or so to air out, and then I put the hunting clothes inside of a plastic bag full of apple cores and get that apple smell in the clothing, and then go out deer hunting.
Oh, okay, I see.
Old timers tips and tricks, you know. It cuts down the smell a little bit, but yeah.
So Bob,
I
was
used
gonna
to
mention
make and
this.
sell ghillie suits, slippery. I used to make and
I
sell
was
them.
gonna mention Bob. In terms of metal and all that stuff, you were mentioning about the scissors, you know, to extend that, pruners, hand pruners, and stuff like that in the gardening community.
Oh yeah,
Pruners are very common, right? Bypasses or what's the other one called?
Anvil
Bypasses
shears,
or
anvil shears and bypass.
Yeah. So, you know, trying to recreate that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's just something to help people garden, like, you know, trim and prune and stuff like that, right?
Well, in fact, a lot of guys who might prepare to have to run for your life out, they'll bring an axe or a machete. I don't. I bring pruning shears because they're quiet. If you have to cut branches off of a tree to build a fire, you bring pruning shears. Tick, 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 tick. Drop them in a pile, light them up, and you stay warm. I don't bring a bolo or an axe. I bring pruning shears.
I like saws personally.
Mm-hmm.
I like saws personally.
Yep, those work.
It's it's all that trade-off again, like doing the job, right?
Yeah, I've got one in that backpack right there. That rucksack.
Yeah. Axes and machetes because you have to swim. Oh my gosh, I can't even say swing them.
And you're making a hell of a lot of noise.
That sound, right?
You're making a hell of a lot of noise to cut down.
It's like knocking on the door, right?
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, I'm over here. Pop, pop. I'm over here. Pop, pop, pop. You know.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
Out of sight is out of mind, baby. Quick and quiet.
So. Although, like I said, it's just like the metals have a trade-off depending on the different metals that you use or alloys or whatever, right? Mm-hmm, it's that same thing with the trade-off with axes, machetes compared to, let's just say, smaller knives, saws, pruners too, right?
Yep.
So when spending like a lot of time with like gear, packing out and packing, like just kind of trying to build. So I'll explain quickly. So I've always had this whole idea of being able to make the perfect inch kit, right? The whole "I'm never coming home" bag. Like I know that it's almost a fallacy to a degree because the skills will always replace any gear, absolutely, right? So having like an understanding of your area as well is so much more beneficial than like trying to prepare as many tin cans as you can and move on. You know what I mean? Like, so obviously, fortunately, I think preparedness has evolved in that way, which is great. But just being able to, while packing out and packing in gear, I found that with making sure that you can like have as much compact supply of axes as you can, just having one really sturdy, strong, full axe, and then having like a couple of axe heads is actually amazing because once you're able to, if you're able to be out there and spot a really good type of wood as well, you can make your axes from that point. But just being able to have like one at hand and then having a couple of axe heads in like storage in like because it's obviously much more compact. It still is quite a bit of weight, but if you have like 3 axe heads, it can last you for an extremely long time.
Yeah, what you're describing, that's what the
When I
American
go,
pioneers used to do. They would bring all their tool implements like the hammers, axe heads, pickaxes, shovels, and they wouldn't have the wood handles. They would make the wood handles as they needed them for the tool.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that that's one of the best ways that a person can go around that. And then obviously, if you're going to do things like that, when it comes to an inch kit and having like, it becomes really heavy, the more, that's why I say for years and years.
Oh,
and
yeah,
years,
metals.
Like
metals
I would
are
have
heavy.
and then I would, exactly. And then I'd have like a room where I just packed stuff out and in, like obsessed about it. But yeah, just making sure that you do have that capability to craft like a good handle out there is such a good skill.
This is what, when I was a hunter, and this is what I would carry in a holster on my belt, a pair of these, so that when I like blackberry brambles here in Western Washington are thick and they're everywhere. As I'd slowly walk to get from point A to point B, if there's blackberries in my way, rather than knocking them down, I just go clip, clip, and they fall down to the ground, and I step right over them and keep going. Quiet, baby. You can tell people who are been experienced hunting, especially when you move into hunting predators. Quiet. You've got to dampen down all the sounds of everything you do, because a predator is 10 times more keen than an herbivore, you know. But that's all I got. Yeah. And they're made out of metal.
Oh, of course, right. Like Guardian said, we just gotta mention it, right? Every so often, right? Yeah, Bob. I mean, like some of those pruners. I mean, like they're not relatively. You could. I mean, depending on how wide it is, right? But generally, you probably could do it quick enough and not too long with not too much noise. In comparison to some other things, like a machete or an axe, for example, right?
I would rather use something that's made for cutting wood rather than swinging an axe.
There's a time and a place for an axe. Obviously,
there you go.
And machete, right? There's a time and place.
Power out. You can still cut holes. There you go. Yep.
You got one of those? Yeah, I got one of those too. I want to get one that air type that's like an auger, not the grill or egg beater type of style. Because you can get a little bit more power with the ones that you have to swing your arm around, like a locomotive.
Yeah, speed handle.
Locomotive or steam train, right? Something you would see turning a gear around, so you get a lot more power in it. So I love how Guardian has one too.
Yeah, because of the power outages here locally, and not always having the capability to like, run electricity for certain things, having like a lot of heat. That's why there'll be sometimes these markets. And if you want to get like good equipment, sometimes you should definitely look at farmers markets and stuff like that, where people will sell like old gear of theirs, and like you just pick up like some of the tools that aren't dependent on electricity, obviously because of our power outages, and we really have a bad problem with electricity here. And just being to, in a long term, like emergency or disaster scenario, having those type of things as well is such a godsend.
Is there any ECD estimated completion date on getting your power system fixed, or no?
No, it's been like this for 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been hearing like they would make progress, and then like the progress would get all ruined. People would be breaking into the electrical boxes and stealing the electric components from a live circuit and just shut it down. That's what I've been hearing.
So this is the whole rabbit hole. You can look into why and for what purpose outside countries would ever have in terms of meddling and kind of unsettling the stability of any country whatsoever, why they would want to do so too. And then you can also look at the fact that there are political reasons why they prefer there to be an instability of our power grid. Absolutely, Bob.
Yeah,
and
money.
And then not just that, but like it goes further where we are looking at the stage is getting bad enough, and a complete blackout is something that actually gets brought up in our media. It's not even something that's too far-fetched for us because of the instability of the grid. And it's just, that's why I speak about the inch kits the way that I do. That's why I speak about like preparedness in the way that I do, because we really are in trouble when it comes to our electricity. Like it's so bad. Like if you lived here for a year, you'd see why. And obviously its impact on smaller businesses and entrepreneurship get crumbled. So then if you look at the stability of the country in terms of economy, that's not great for it either. So I don't know, just a long rabbit hole.
Am I out of line if I'm saying that China has a hand in this?
I would never on any open platform comment on that topic.
Gotcha.
But I don't mind that you asked it. It's a very wise question to ask. That's what I will say.
Because I know the Chinese are in desperate need of arable land, and there have been a lot of they've been doing a lot of underhanded things in multiple countries. So
there are, I won't ever say any country specific, but there definitely are several countries that would benefit from I must be very careful where I tread.
I got you.
Not to be tinfoil hatty or something. I'm not trying to be like, mysterious or something strange. I'm being very real about it. I'm just saying that there's that there are, even because this is the internet,
Yeah, no, I got you. You're putting your neck out there on the line when you start talking about
I think that what I do think is extremely interesting in all of this is that our lives and everything we know regarding medicine, regarding the average life expectancy of people right now, is very much bound to change in the next decade. And I will say that has a huge factor and impact. Right now, there's enough food to feed everybody on the face of the planet, and you can look this up if you want to. But the only problem that we currently struggle with is logistics, right? So it's being able to get the food to everywhere. So that's one aspect of it, but I won't touch on that. But I will say that everything that we know currently, and I don't mean to be a utopian preacher in any way about technology, but I will say that we could very much see a huge difference in everything we know coming up extremely soon if you look at what machine learning is capable of and all of those type of things. Those are growing very nicely, CR.
It's kind of hungry now.
You're always hungry.
Yeah,
Those,
I am
those
indeed.
tomatoes, those tomatoes are looking so good, and I love the rate at which they're growing off of that. So, if you don't mind me asking,
Sneaky.
how old is that plant? That tomato that you showed?
As I think about it, this does relate to metal too. By the way, this, remember the
He's
trellis?
asking you,
I'm
how old
using
is your tomato plant, dude?
it's. Trying to remember when did I?
Less than a year.
Probably a high. Oh, well, of course.
Yeah.
I thought I thought you guys were trying to ask me specifically. Probably
I
over
think
100
too
days.
much, man.
No. I thought you meant specifically.
No, just the reason why I ask is because of how well it's growing. Like it's at a very good stage.
Oh, okay.
That's because
That's why I was
obviously
thinking about it. I was.
No.
Yeah, no, that's you see that type of thing. Look, we could talk about like all the topics in the world surrounding metals and steels as well, which are extremely important, and I love it, and I absolutely agree with it. It's important to understand how to take what we have right now and preserve it in terms of being able to use the correct metals as well, because that's a big thing. But just being able to plant and having that skill will potentially be the difference between life and death, is knowing how to procure food. Like that's such a big one.
Well, yeah, if you think about it, like metals helped us procure food or make food or support the food or transport
absolutely.
the food and all that stuff. So, like, without those metals in there, we'd be like, wooden vehicles, wooden
I
carts
won't,
and stuff like
as
that.
long as Guardian the pervert's around, I won't use shaft anymore. I will say round bar.
No, Bob.
You can use it's a rod.
Round bar. That's the real name for this stuff. Round bar.
Round bar works, I guess.
That has a nice ring weight because Bob said
It's not as erotic as shaft.
I'm gonna sound caption the way you just said it there, though. I'm just not gonna lie.
Shaft. Yeah.
That's gonna be my message alert tone, is Bob saying shaft.
Oh God.
Oh, there's a sound clip right there.
Yeah, this will be one of my projects coming up on my channel. Yeah, I'm changing a lot of the ways. You won't see too many videos coming out in public on my channel.
Okay.
We've had recent legislation here in Washington State concerning firearms. So you can check my channel, and a whole bunch of my videos just disappeared. All the stuff that I own is legal and is still legal, but I'm not going to give them any reason to come after me. So I've switched to some of my videos are going to be unlisted, going to a select few friends. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We understand.
Know that we're being monitored, and the West Coast of the United States is almost completely communist now. Yeah. Just like, but I got to be careful about what I say. You got to be careful.
No, we understand.
There's a few select friends that have got my email and who've got parallel interests, and I send out different stuff on unlisted now.
So I think it's far too late, Bob. I'm not going to speak on this too much, but I will say that I definitely think it's far, far too late. And also, Slippery Pickle was speaking about electroculture there, and I think that when it comes to electroculture, I've heard about it vaguely, but I don't know. I'm not very familiar with it. I'm novice when it comes to that topic.
Well, I agree with you to an extent about being too late to an extent, but we're also not going to be here that long. We've got just a few more years left here and we're out. So I just want to secure a visa overseas and get the hell out of here. Yeah. So if you're going to come after me for whatever, we better have proof. But now you don't have any proof. They can go ransack my house and find whatever is already listed on the government listings, you know. So yeah, I just want to
nothing's filed off.
No, nothing. Absolutely nothing. No, absolutely nothing. No, I know that because I used to have a license, and I know the penalties for making alterations to some things is steep. It's 10 years, you know. So I just want to just kind of go over that. So, some stuff like what I'm doing with silencing my gear and changing the colors and all that is going to go on unlisted, and just going to get sent out to a few people that I know and trust. That's it. You won't see too many more videos coming out of my, not very many videos coming out of my channel anymore, unless it has something to do with, unless it has something to do with art or machining, metalworking, gardening. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
10 years, $250,000 fine per incident.
Is it?
Yep.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you are caught illegally manufacturing certain classes of weapons, it is 10 years, $250,000 fine per incident.
Yep.
So like you got two illegally modified or two illegally manufactured weapons, that is 10 years for one, 10 years for the other, 20 years total in prison, and $500,000 in fines.
Yep.
See,
that's why I never participated in that. None of it, man. No.
That's good, Bob. You see, what you should do, and as obviously this topic, not everybody will agree on, whatever, it's fine. But like, what you should do is, in certain ways, do everything as though you're being monitored and watched at all times. And if you do so in that way, which sounds crazy, but if you do it in that way and you play by the book as much as you possibly can as well, like obviously, like you just do things in a way. And I know that, but don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you've got to pretend that government is God in any way whatsoever. I disagree with that.
I hear you.
Right, but still, just do things like, I don't know, just be a good person as much as you can is all I'm saying. Like, be kind and just make smart decisions, but also don't trust too much, and be independent as much as you can too, I guess.
Yeah. I recently heard about some knucklehead here in the States. He modified something and then put it on YouTube and fired it, and it went rock and roll, and he got popped. And they went, "Oh, sorry, dude, but we've got you on YouTube firing this weapon. Bye bye." Dumb.
That was not the most brilliant thing to do.
I did private most of my firearm videos of us as a family going to the target range. Me doing a few modifications on a pistols, but none of that shit's illegal. And I even said it in the video. None of this is illegal. I got it from this website, and lightened the trigger pull on the revolvers, and this is how I repaired this part and modified the grips and little shit like that. But yeah, because I know that they're looking for things like that. I mean, this guy who got busted was an idiot, complete idiot.
Yeah, it just makes no sense to do something like that and then to put something like that on camera. You've got to just you've got to be so careful. You've got to be as PC, like in terms of like politically correct when it comes to like that topic, when it comes to any sort of manufacturing things like that, or modifying things, or even just going and like utilizing anything like that. Like you just got to
I was gonna say, even if you cover your face and disguise your voice, the ATF really wants to figure out, who you were, making an illegal weapon. All they have to do is do some wizardry and do basically an IP address to search, or MAC address.
Yeah, they have more tools at their disposal.
And they'll find you.
Yeah, they will. They will.
And all it takes is a court order to open up everything you've got, so they can find you. And everything, even the videos that I've taken down were all on the up and up within compliance, but I just wanted to get it out of there. And so if you guys see some changes to my channel where I'm doing musical instrument upgrades and yard art and gardening and things like that, that's what I'm going to go more for. I don't want nothing to fuck up my visa, man. I want to go overseas.
Yeah.
I want my wife and I to go and grow to our very elder years in a drug-free zone.
Yep, using metal tools.
Sticking a knife in us in a parking lot, which is what you're going to have here already.
Yeah, because of opportunities, and it could change. I'm absolutely willing to admit that things could change. But it's also one of the reasons, the capability to travel internationally is also one of the reasons why I also play by the book, is because of just being able to, get family out as well, safely with myself as well, being able to get somewhere else if we needed to. So yeah, and just even for travel purposes, just being able to go to a destination.
I get it.
To that type of thing, it's good.
Yeah. I get it. I do. I get.
We might want to go and visit Courtney and Dustin at White Family Farm, eventually at some point.
Why is that?
I don't know. They're good. Well, are you guys not on good terms? Because they're still good friends of ours, I guess. Like this being something that we've been friends for quite some good time.
I left that channel for a reason, a legit reason. And it wasn't because I joined another clique. I was doxxed.
I don't know anything
I
don't know anything about that topic at all.
Okay, I'm just telling you that that happened to me, and I left that whole bunch. Boom, I'm out of here. Okay, if you guys can't respect my privacy, then I'll have nothing to do with you guys at all. I'm done. Yeah, that was real cheerful to find that out. Yeah, real cheerful. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that's why when it comes to things, I don't know anything about anything. You know what I mean? Like I've just been so busy with what I've been doing on my side.
I didn't know that happened.
Oh yeah.
Well,
that's why I don't go to that channel or the others anymore. I'm done with that. When I quit going there, probably about 6 months ago, something like that.
Dang.
Now my information was doxed out there. Yeah, right. It was about a year ago, right after we came into this house. They found out where I lived and doxed me. Yeah. So they're these nice sweet apple pie people you think you're dealing with on YouTube. They've also got alternative agendas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, believe me, I found out through one of my good friends that there are some people that let's just say the relationships are a little bit strained now after I started finding out who they were. But then there's some people where it's like, I would have never thought this guy was going to be, little crooked little asshat. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. It's like there's too many people that like to put up like a false front, or they like to seem like they're nice and upstanding, and then they turn around and they stab you in the back.
Which, that was very hurtful to me because I made it known 10 million times that my privacy of my location and my family is very precious to me, and it happened anyway. And that's just like, they wanted to know more about me, but fucking why? I'm a 60-year-old retired goddamn aircraft mechanic, and I travel overseas because I got family overseas. What the hell is the big fucking mystery? Do you understand? I mean, come on, man. I'm a simple guy. I'm 60 years old. I'm a cancer survivor. I do some gardening. I do some upgrades to the house. That's enough. That's it. I don't have any secret magic. Nothing. I'm just a guy.
He's trying to make it through life like the rest of us. and keep going.
Exactly, CR. I'm just going day by day. Like I got a load of laundry in the washing machine. I got to go hang on the clothesline. Maybe I should keep that secret. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't like things meddling with your repairs, right?
No,
yes,
I don't.
I just said that.
And
yes, I just said that.
Yeah, meddling. You're fired. Dude.
I know. I'm bad for those. I got to relate it in there. Right? It is metal.
That's why. Just to let you know, Guardian. That's why the whole bunch of folks out there. And I learned a long time ago, don't combine your Facebook with your YouTube channel, because there are a lot of people out there who don't have enough to do, and they'll start trying to
find something.
Yeah, and my Facebook, it's right there on the top of my screen up there. That's for my family only, because my family lives internationally. I've got family in Great Britain, and I've got family in the Philippines. That's how I talk to them. Big mysterious guy here.
Well, you're not that.
Bob, you're just raising more questions. I'm gonna have to investigate.
Yeah, you better. But just to let you know, there is a channel out there who keeps accusing me of being a pedophile. But you take a look at that guy, and you're going to see this guy is somebody you would not let inside your house. Do you understand? And I've been accused of that.
Dude.
That dude, yeah, that guy. That's the guy who keeps accusing me of pedophilia, all that. I hope I see him overseas. Him and the guy that used to stalk me over at the other neighborhood. Yeah. I hope I see those guys overseas.
I watched that dude's video. You sent the link to me, and I watched that video.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like an undertaker.
He's nuts.
Yeah, that's
yeah, he's insane. That hat that he's wearing, he thinks he's some kind of a king, wearing all this jewelry and weird shit. I dealt with him before, back when I used to make striking weapons, because I was in a group called the Knife and Sword Group.
Yeah.
And he's the one who started coming after me because I wouldn't give him my name and address. And that's what set him off for the last 3 or 4 years. That's all it took. I would not give him my name and address. But in that video I sent to you, Shadow, he claims that he zoomed in on one of my medication bottles and he knows my full name and address. It's like, okay, dude, I'm impressed. Okay, I've been doxxed, and this guy apparently knows my name and address. Okay, what now? You're going to file a lawsuit? You're going to false charges of some kind? Because remember, there's always countersuits to every lawsuit. You're going to put out bad videos about me? You're going to put out naughty videos that you hate me? Okay, that's been done before too. It's weird.
Been there, done that.
Weird, man. That guy and many others on YouTube, there's Shadow, are guys who have nothing but YouTube. That's all they have.
Yeah,
that's
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, Bob, I reported that dude.
Thank you. You and a few others have also, and me too. Yeah. He lost his last channel from the same behavior. YouTube kicked him off, and then he changed his IP address and went back on. Same guy. No, but yeah, I'm a man of mystery. Well, if you know where I live, okay.
Well,
are you gonna come over and beat me up?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna go do a drive-by?
Gonna go back to Wade Family Farm. She posted a video of her blowing something up, and I guess it was for, I don't know, it was a party or something like that. And I was telling her,
I would be very, very cautious about posting any videos of this. Like if that's tannerite, I'd be very careful about doing this because you can get in some serious trouble. Even if it is tannerite, you can still get in trouble because somebody will claim it's something not tannerite. You know, it's an IED.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You never know what's out there. When I learned through hard experience, it's like, you know, yeah, I'm just not going to go back there anymore because that's disrespectful to me. It's just disrespectful to me.
I am hearing what you're saying as well. And from where I'm sitting, I will say that unfortunately, with the way that YouTube is, YouTube has had a lot of different people with different opinions and stuff as well. And for some reason, YouTube kind of draws in like drama between all sorts of different channels and stuff as well.
Right.
And I've always tried to be on good terms with all the people that I come across as well. And I know that I've also seen that is something for the most part, like not even for the most part, but that is something that I've seen from you too, Bob. You know, if you've usually been friendly, and that's why I say I don't. I'll always stick by this, and this is a code that I really believe in, right? So if I do hear somebody speaking negatively about somebody else, and then I do see those two people together like frequently, this isn't the case in this scenario, but I'm saying that if that is the case and you hear somebody speaking negatively about somebody else, you should always be cautious that they would be doing the same thing to you when you're not around. Now, that's a very important principle, right? And like, yeah, absolutely. And that's why I'm saying, like, I really have respect for yourself. Like, and I've got a respect for. I really just enjoy people, and I try to be friends with as many people not as many people as I can, but when there are things about people, because human beings are very interesting and enjoyable if you like just find the good qualities of them. So I am sorry for any experience that you've had negatively, and I'm not pushing that down at all. I'm just saying that I specifically just try and that's not really people pleasing, but it's just trying to enjoy this life because I guess, and it's going to sound a little bit dark, but I've lost enough people to know that like life is very short in some ways too. So like I cherish the people around me that I do choose to be friends with, and I don't have any anything to say about them or yourself or anybody. I'm just going to say that
well said, Guardian.
Yeah, well said. For me, when a channel does something that I don't care for, I just leave. That's it. I just leave. No, you guys would never have even known that.
Yeah, every right to. Absolutely.
Unless I just now mentioned it.
Yeah, it's your choice.
I just leave. Gone. Yeah.
I'm sorry that
that's
happened.
all for me. I don't want to. But it happened for some reason. I don't know why, but if you know everything about me that you want to, okay.
Well, Bob, the only thing I need to know is that you're safe, right? And just like that's why I asked you that other day about the fire and how's it down there, because I knew I'm like, I think it's affecting his area. Like, so I asked, I respect, right? Because
I get that. Because I know that there was one lady who lives here in Washington State. She lives on the east side of the mountains, and that's where a lot of the forest fires were at. And I saw her on a live last week. I said, "Hey, you doing okay there?" She says, "Yeah, we're fine," but it was nearby.
Yeah, because I know it.
And if you notice, like when I first met CR, what part of Canada do you live in? And he told me, and I never asked again. Or when I meet somebody on a panel, or just what state do you live in? Just so I get a rough idea. That's all I need to know. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, so if something's happening up there, you can ask, "Are you doing okay up there?" Right? That's the only reason I would want to know where someone is, just for that reason, just to make sure. Oh, they're doing well. They're out of that kind of zone of the event or whatever situation. I'll be okay. But if they're in it, then you'd be like, just because I care enough to know. Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot of things that you can learn from people if you're willing to listen as well. If you're just willing to hear where they're coming from and to just support them. Yeah, it's important to do so.
Shadow, do I have your email? I don't think I do. Is it on your channel?
Yeah, I can put it in the
Okay.
private.
Yeah, I'll add you on my email because I'll be doing a few things because like what I'm doing now with these different items in the shop, I'll just keep them unlisted, you know.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
Is that the Idaho Garden Girl? She's here.
Yeah, she's in here.
Yeah.
Hi, Idaho Garden Girl.
I like Idaho. She's solid, man.
Yeah.
Oh, she also knows as so and so you know.
She also what?
She knows as so. She knows as so you know. As in sowing and sowing in the ground, and so you know.
I get it.
Yeah, and that relates to metal because of the needle. Get my point?
Yeah, I hate you, dude.
All right, you need to stop the puns.
I hate you, dude.
I'm just explaining it.
I'm joking with you. Okay.
It's not my fault. I'm trying to steal
fired.
Yeah, you're fired. You're fired twice in one day, ACR.
Is that even possible?
It is.
You got rehired so we can fire you again, okay?
All right. Should be in your queue any minute now, Shadow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's awesome.
What have you added to your gear recently, Shadow? I think one of the most impressive things, something that I really learned about, is the extra blankets. I'll tell you, that's some good thinking. I never really thought about that, but I wanted to go buy a bunch of secondhand blankets, but the wife said absolutely not. We're not using any secondhand.
Yeah.
And I said, "Hon, this is for emergencies." No, you're not bringing the secondhand blankets in this house. You know, too many bugs.
Happy
huh?
wife, good wife, right?
Exactly.
So he's like, I'm not the questioner.
Yeah.
I'm not the questioner.
Yeah. Now she's one of those.
You're very welcome, Oakham.
Well, she's kind of one of those germ people. You know, we will get secondhand furniture only if it's made of wood or metal, and she can inspect it and
Copper.
clean it. But,
Copper,
but
right?
anything made out of fabric, no, it's not coming in the house. Too many germs. Oh, geez, hon.
So
Yeah,
would a
extra
second
blankets.
toilet be out of the question?
What's that?
Hey,
Would a secondhand toilet be out of the question?
Yeah, yeah. Come on.
just flush
So
that
you
idea out.
Flash that idea.
I got to get a drum set next time I come here. I got drums, but
Yeah.
So you speak about duvets, right? And that type of comfort. And there is such a ridiculous difference between sleeping with a really comfortable, amazing duvet. Like we've got this blanket, and if you just get it good enough, I'm not even sophisticated enough to explain the uniqueness and awesomeness of the correct type of duvet. I could actually go fetch the type of blanket that I'm speaking about. But what I'm trying to simply say is that the difference of life quality that you can experience between having a not good of a blanket and having a very luxurious comfort, like not a duvet, but a very comfortable, thick, nice, cozy blanket. Man, sleep underneath that. I'm just telling you, it really can change like because you spend a lot of your life sleeping, right? And
Mhm.
to climb into a really comfortable bed and you've got like a great blanket can change your life, is all I'm saying. It's an investment that you don't think about often, but because of being married and being with my wife for 12 years now, like that's one of the things that I've learned is have a good blanket.
Once you get married, that becomes important. The ladies love a nice, when we moved last summer, guys, she took all of our old bedding, threw it away, and had to get all brand new sheets and pillows. And I was like, okay. Those women. I'll be right back, guys. A duvet,
All right.
though. A duvet. You are sophisticated. God damn, man. Yeah.
Yeah, and then when it comes to survival, all I really ever need is a hammock. Like, we need a couple of hammocks.
Yeah.
And then your back's going to be messed up completely. So you actually eventually just build like a nice cozy bed. Good to see you, Erica. And it's
good to see you. Thanks for stopping by, Erica. And it's after 1
care,
a.m.
Erica.
here. Well, it's after midnight. 1 a.m. after.
What time is it over
Shadow's
there?
got lots of energy.
1:11 a.m. in the morning.
Yes,
what about
exactly.
you? What about you, Guardian?
We're on precisely the same time. So like it's also 11 minutes past 1 o'clock in the morning here. And then Erica, who's leaving now as well, is also from South Africa. So she's like, it's also one.
Yeah.
You guys are 7 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, I'm not even asking. So are you on the west or the east coast?
I'm actually I'm on the Gulf. Well, not even really on the coast, but like I'm on a Gulf Coast state. I'm in Texas.
All right, awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. I've met a couple of friends through my life with a few Texans, and I've been happy to do so.
Waiting for Bob to get back because he's.
He will be back soon.
I was gonna make a comment in regards to what his wife, about his wife not not liking certain secondhand items in her house.
Well, last year I bought a lot of blankets on secondhand, and that was nothing wrong with them. It was in a really good shape, so I
If
can't
I could
complain
find
about
some,
it.
merino wool blankets, that'd be really cool. Like that's something I've been looking for. Some wool blankets. I can find fleece blankets.
Yeah.
Flannel. But I can't find wool.
If you find wool, it's really expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want wool blankets for several
or
reasons.
it's stuff like socks or gloves that are small.
Well, yeah, proper wool socks.
Bigger.
Proper wool socks are the best thing that you can have for like survival situations as well.
Well, that's why you can.
Yeah.
Wool underwear.
They're more common. Yeah, like a sweater's more common, for example, than a blanket.
Yeah, I want a wool blanket because I know they maintain roughly about 85% of their insulating value, even when they're soaking wet.
Well, it
And then, of
depends
course,
how tight the weave is too. I mean, the
Yeah.
tighter the weave is, then yeah. Because if it's
And then,
kind
of
of
course-
loose, then it's like it's just letting the air in, anyways.
Well, yeah,
And then, of
depending on
And we can relate this into metal, everyone. I know we can.
I don't see how to form that bridge though. Like, I'm struggling.
Really?
What I will comment.
That's why irons have a wool setting That's why irons have a wool setting on them.
Yeah.
And they're made of metal, usually aluminum, right? And with some steel in there, right? I'm just saying, with the clothes hanger that you're using. No, but I'm serious though, right? If you think about it, like an iron has a wool setting, right? There's synthetic, usually wools at the, not canvas, but linens at the top, right? So.
I hear you, kind of.
Hey, yeah. I got an iron too, so I mean, like, where's the time and place for that? Using of that metal.
So, if you can have for very long term, and you want to look at comforts and beds, and you want to combine them, I think one of the ways is to have like good iron struts, so that you can make a DIY survival type bed that you usually would out of wood, but it'll just last much longer. So that's one of the ways that you can cross over those two in a way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you might be building them for like bug protection, and a lot of the times it was for that reason, right? For bug protection, so you can,
I'm just struggling to like find other connections between those two. It's so difficult for some reason.
Come on, Guardian. Use the forcer.
With iron and metal clips, you can make a really good hammock if you get like a good duvet or blanket as well. So you were speaking about wool blankets, right? And like the fact that they withhold like a lot of the insulation even during the rain, and that's something where like I don't know, just being able to have them in the right situation and have metal hooks so that you can actually like just clip the ends of the blanket. Like you can actually keep like a certain amount of shelter and warmth because of that. Like if you have that as part of your shelter system.
See, we're relating it into like metal here still. See.
Yeah.
Still got it.
That's
We got
nice.
it. We got it. We got it, right? I mean,
I really had to because as I was just saying, like it's really early in the morning. Well, it's not like that late, but I mean, I'm just like my brain's kind of turning off at the moment. So
yeah, I know the feeling.
I will be back. I might be back a bit later, but I'm probably just going to just relax here for a bit. And I will say thank you to everybody for the chat, and it's really been nice. If you want to see me do something, if you want to see me punish myself, you can head over to my YouTube channel. It's the same name as up on the panel there, and you can see like that I do 200 push-ups, more than that every day, and then a whole bunch of pull-ups and stuff and whatever. And anyway, just look after yourselves, guys.
Oh wait, I can relate that into like medals too, right? That's just the gym.
I don't even. Yeah, I use outdoor gym. You want to see what I'm doing? Like I do everything outdoors. Even the metal stuff, I just got to be like. But yeah, I'll catch up with you guys soon. Bye.
All right.
Take care.
Okay.
But
Take care. Stay safe. That was Guardian. Awesome guy. He's a great guy.
I'll have to take a look at that farmland thing he was talking about.
Yeah.
Did you say farmland, or did I hear that?
Yeah, that's what he was calling it. He called the documentary is called Farmland.
Oh, okay. Just imagine on a farm alone, right? How much metal is on a farm from the tools themselves, right? It's just like from the hand tools all the way to the machinery, honestly. As a gardener, the people that garden all that stuff, they got, shovels and stuff like that. Some people have a pitchfork, a fork they use for their compost bin or whatever, and
I gotta
It could be that grill that we're all using, right? Look at that grill. That's probably made
got a
of metal,
Matic.
too, right? And right,
I
trying
got
to
a
recreate
Matic
that.
breaking up the ground. I was going to till the ground by hand. I got a Matic.
Yeah. I could just imagine trying to recreate like a grill, like just a metal grill, right? Just so you can use it to cook on with. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, by the
We're
way,
talking
Shadow,
like a
I
grill.
watched all these metal documentaries last night. I was just like kind of binge watching a little bit. I'm like, I need some. I want to show that I kind of know what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
A refresher course, of course. Hey, Bob's back.
Yep.
Yep. Bob is back.
I just got this from Amazon, some good flat black or matte black for some of this project that I'm doing. But we can test it out together right here on Shadows Live. I
Yeah.
want non-reflective paint,
You know, speaking of metal, back in the 80s, Sammy Hagar wrote a song called Heavy Metal Noise.
Metal. Oh yeah. You ever see that movie? That cartoon movie?
No, I never got. I got to see the part the part where they got that song, but
Mm-hmm.
I never got to see the movie. But I know the movie's got REO Speedwagon and other band members in there. Other.
Yep, that
names.
was my day. Mm-hmm. Yeah. My favorite scene in that was the B-17 bomber scene, of course, because I was Air Force, All right, let's test this out. See what we can get done with this. There's my little tiny.
Hey, who makes a better aircraft, Bob? Boeing or McDonnell Douglas?
Boeing, of course. Only the best. If it ain't Boeing, I'm not going. Now, Boeing bought out McDonnell Douglas a long time ago.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. That was about early 90s. Unfortunately, they took on all of McDonnell Douglas corrupt corporate leadership in with them, and they put them on the board, and they damn near destroyed Boeing. But his name was Frank Schranz. And Frank Schranz almost destroyed Pratt and Whitney, General Electric, Ford,
Jeez.
all those, because he was a corporate raider, he was a psychopath. He was doing the same thing to Boeing, and then just on accident, some secretary that he had on the job came in and gave him a BJ, and she used to bang the guy once in a while, and mysteriously she reported it to the company and to his wife. And Mr. Schranz was fired from his position, lost all of his stocks, and his wife sued him and took him for everything that he had. Yeah. Good, loyal Boeing employee, that young lady. Thank you, young lady. You saved the company. And she did.
Tough luck.
Just close your eyes and dream of England and save your own job, Let's take a look here. See if this is really going to be flat black or not. This is really exciting, and it's on a piece of stainless steel metal.
Yeah.
Guys. Okay, CR? Okay. Let's see. Nice little fine lines. Break up the outline of the part. Non-reflective, flat black. Should be anyway. All right. We'll let that dry or cure. There we go. Isn't that exciting stuff, guys? Isn't that exciting?
Yes, it is, Bob. I like how you're painting the picture here for us.
There we go. Yeah. You want to sit here and watch paint dry?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know
That
about
might
that.
take forever. Not
Well,
forever.
it
Yeah,
won't take
couple
hey,
hours.
watching paint dry doesn't take as long as watching grass grow. Okay.
That's true. I'm retired. I'm supposed to do both of those, aren't I, Steve? You watch grass grow and watch paint dry.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, my
Watch the
grass.
car rot.
All my grass is completely scorched. It's nice, it's nice in the fact that I hadn't had to mow in like 2 months, but it sucks because my grass is dead.
Yeah. I've been keeping mine alive as much as I can. I'm pouring water on it and stuff. So what I've done, instead of using the bags of fertilizer, I just have the mulching setting on my mower, and it just feeds itself. It just falls right back down in there, and the grass feeds itself.
Yeah.
What happened to Guardian? Did he bounce?
Yeah, he had to go.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Sorry. We forgot to tell you. Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh yeah, and
I know.
tell you,
I'm fired.
I was gonna tell you before you left. I was gonna say, I hope my wife is, I hope my future wife, significant other, is gonna get used to the fact that everything I've got is gonna be just gray and white as far as the bedspreads are concerned. White sheets and gray blankets.
Navy stuff there, dude. What are you doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Representing.
I don't think when you get married, I don't think you'll be able to keep that gray and white for too long. And women get they get picky about where they lay down and sleep, man. But in our basic in the Air Force was OD green wool blankets. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you're saying that you had to keep the U.S. side down in basic, so there's no us.
Yeah. They did that bounce the quarter on the blankets and all that stuff. Holy cow, man.
No, I didn't do that to us.
I did.
I mean, that quarter
Or
has
you
metal.
or you add some extra letters on the blanket.
No, that wouldn't go over well.
It's both of us.
Both of us.
Yeah.
God damn. Shadow. I don't know how I don't know how the drill instructors in Sweden are, but the ones in the United States are not friendly people. They don't have a sense of humor.
Yeah, not while you're going through boot camp. They don't.
Right.
And even the day of graduation, when you graduate, they want you minding your P's and Q's until you've left the training base to go to your next duty station.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because back when I was in the Navy, back when I was in basic, actually right before we were graduating, they told our boot camp division the story of this one particular recruit who just graduated. While he was on the bus and the bus was starting to drive off the base, before it even got through the gates, he started waving out the window, except for he didn't have all of his fingers up. He only had one particular finger up. They stopped that bus. They hauled him off of the bus. They sent him all the way back to P days and reassigned him to a new division. P days processing day. That's freaking. That's not even week one. That's day 0. We're not even. We're gonna.
Oh.
Yep. He had to do everything all over.
Oh.
So that's what they wanted us.
I remember that.
None of us did anything stupid.
That last day when you bring that up, we were same thing. We only have one for basic in the Air Force. It's Lackland in Texas, right on the San Antonio, Texas. We're all sitting at attention on the bus. We're in our blue uniforms, going to go to the airport and be dispersed. We're all sitting at attention on the bus, and as soon as we cleared that gate, man, that freaking bus went crazy. Yeah, that's when we went nuts. You know, we're off base. We're done.
Did we
Yeah.
cross the
But
line?
there was
Yes.
a story about a guy at there was a story about a guy at Nellis. When his enlistment was up, or he left under other than whatever, he went across the street from the airbase and threw his uniforms on the ground and lit them on fire. And the gate guards saw him, and they came over to talk to him, and they found out that his enlistment was over, but not really, because they still own your ass for a day or two after your due out date. You're still government property, and he destroyed government property in front of witnesses. They took him under arrest, and yeah, guess what? Your enlistment's not over with yet, buddy. You get to go through some correctional custody, which you're not going to like. You know. Yeah.
It only gets worse.
It only gets worse.
Memo to self: don't burn uniform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do not burn your uniform until you're home or way away from a military base. You know, I didn't have that much animosity about my military service, man.
I didn't either.
I did my.
I was still pretty pissed because I did get some got some raw deals, but not pissed enough that I'm gonna go walk across the street and go light my uniform on fire.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. I'd say the only thing that I didn't care for is that I wanted to travel more, but they were budget cutting, and that's it. You know, just so I knew my destiny was that airplane hangar right over there, first thing in the morning, and that's where you're going to go, or to the flight line, or in shop, or whatever. Yeah, that's where you're going to go. You just gotta accept it. You know.
Sound like you got to see a lot more than I did. All I got to do was some figure eights out in the Atlantic.
Yeah, I did. I'd say the most memorable TDY I did was with the Army, the 9th Infantry Division. That was very memorable because we got
Was that
to see
the one
how.
where you're up on rooftops with M16s?
No, I'm not up on a rooftop. No, dude. No, I'm not a psychopath, man.
No, I was saying that wasn't the one where you were up on the rooftop with the M16. Everybody else was armed with batons.
Oh yeah, I wasn't on a rooftop, but yeah, the Army was armed with batons. The Air Force, they issued us out M16s and ammunition, and we came back to be on guard duty, and the Army said, "What?" Well, yeah.
How'd you get those?
They trust us.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. We were puzzled too. The Air Force guys, we were puzzled too. What, don't you guys at least get a 45? No, we just get a baton.
Insult the injury.
At least it's metal.
Yeah.
At least it's metal.
No, it's a wood baton.
They were wood. Yeah. Oh man.
It's not like those modern collapsible batons that they see with the police officers now.
Well.
Collapsible batons are more easier to carry, more slim than the regular nightstick.
Yeah.
It's too clumsy.
Yeah. Oh, now that I got your email, Shadow, I'm going to go and send you one of my unlisted videos about the F-16 fighter plane. I made an unlisted. I'll let you know that all the information that I share out is none of it classified or anything like that, but the basic overview, and then some of the discipline that we were up against in the U.S. Air Force. I'll send that one off to you right now. Yeah, my unlisted videos are not done well. They're just real crappy.
Yeah.
You know, because it's not up to YouTube standards, but it's just to a few people.
To the point.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, to the point. And I'm not really good at editing stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I just turn my camera to the screen on the laptop and show what I'm talking about on the laptop.
Yeah.
Well, it's got CR in it, obviously. Scissors have CR in it. Yeah, I got metal scissors too, Bob. So I've had these.
So you're
quite a
part of
bit.
the cool kids too.
Yeah, that's funny. I like to have random bugs just walking by. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a pair of those Wisps too inside though, but I mean, like, I got that for like $1, I think, or something like that. I got that, you know, I had to resharpen it, but I mean, you know.
Hey, Shadow. I
Yeah.
might have to dip out of here because my phone's already really starting to glitch. Like it's getting hot and the screen keeps shutting off at random times.
Okay.
I keep having to turn the screen back on. I'm like,
Oh yeah,
I
I had issues
No problem.
too. That's why I
Thanks for
probably
stopping by, Steve.
like,
All
just
right.
put it on a piece of metal. Steve.
What's
Good to
that?
talk
On a
to you
piece of
again,
metal and
Steve.
let it cool off.
Yeah, good talking to you too, Bob. Send me your private info so
Take
that
care,
way
man.
you can so that way I can dox you. No, I'm just kidding. I would like to get in contact.
Yeah.
Take care, man.
Bob, the man of mystery. Yeah. Yeah. The man of mystery.
man of
We must
mystery.
know all about him. Yeah.
He
Agent
wakes
Bob.
up at 5 a.m. He eats breakfast and he drinks coffee.
Yeah. Go out and do some gardening, do some laundry, sweep the floor. Yeah, real exciting shit, you know.
Except for that's not him that's doing that. It's his stunt double. He's actually behind the scenes doing some super secret bullshit.
Yeah, doing nefarious bullshit. Yeah, that's me. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. All right. Yeah, this black is pretty much non-reflective. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I waited this long. At least see that, see the paint dry.
Hey, dude. Yeah. You're one of the privileged few who got to see my paint dry. Yeah.
What a glorious moment.
All right.
Isn't it, though?
All right. Well, all right. Seriously, I'll let you guys go.
All right. Peace.
Take care,
Steve.
Steve, man.
Love you,
Take care,
CR,
Steve.
Shadow, Bob. All right.
Yeah, these two are above me are much better than I am. I gotta hold them up though. Just kidding.
Yes. The brand name is So Flat Acrylic Paint. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got that on Amazon. That was delivered just a little while ago.
Yeah.
I'm such an asshole sometimes, but why not?
Aren't we all?
Yeah. At least I'm not too harmful of an asshole, you know.
There are worse.
Not too harmful. There are a lot worse, yeah. Oh god damn. Yeah, that video I sent you, Shadow, shows a little bit of stuff about what I did on the F-16s, and
Yeah.
then at the end of it, I go into the discipline expectations of the Air Force. And I sent that out to 2 Marines, and they came back with, there's a lot of misconceptions about the Air Force that we're pussies and da 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 da. But in reality, there's so few of us, and discipline has to be tight, and they really weed out the dumbasses. If you're a dumbass, you're
You don't
not
belong
going to
there.
stay in the Air Force. They're going to yeah, you don't belong there. No, if you can't learn and apply it quickly, you're gone. They don't put up with people who just can't do it. You know, with some of the other services that I understand, like the Army and the Marine Corps, you know, which I saw in the Army when I did a TDY with them. If they're not real sharp up here, they can find work for them. But the Air Force doesn't have room for that. There's just so few of us, you know.
Yeah.
No, see, Bob, this is why I always knew you were sharp. I can just tell.
Well, yeah, you know, I'm not a genius, but I'm not dumb, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm like that too.
Whereas, see if,
I'm not dumb, but I wish I was a genius. I mean, no.
Mhm.
I didn't say that right.
Maria's still on. Well, I was hoping Verna was going to be on. I get a little glimpse of heaven, you know.
Yeah. I haven't
Make your
seen her
day.
for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, she hasn't. I haven't seen her for a while here.
Yeah. She goes live pretty frequently when she's there selling fruit and vegetables. And whenever I see her live, I go, you know, hello, guapa, Miss Verna, and
Yeah.
then give her a thumbs up and Kuya Bob. You know,
Yeah.
Kuya means brother because I'm married to one. You know, Kuya Bob. Regards to your wife, Kuya Bob. Okay.
Yeah. She's a wonderful lady.
She is, yeah. But you know, I tell you, if you and your wife ever want to have a nice vacation, that would be a good place to go and see. Go somewhere in the Philippines or Sweden when you guys get to that point where you can travel a little bit. I know it'll be hot in hell. You know, you'd probably melt like a freaking snowman. You know,
Yeah, probably.
But the people are really very, very good people.
And I probably will smoke too
Smoke
because of the
cigarettes.
sun.
Oh, you
Because
would,
of-
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
You just be
And then-
ooh.
I'm melting.
Yeah.
No, not melting. You turn to ash.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah.
same with you, CR. You're up there in Canada. It's just about the same weather as Sweden.
Yeah, more or
Well, I
less.
don't know about
More or
that.
less. Yeah. Southern
Well, I don't know
Canada is
about
not. Yeah.
It depends where you are. Canada's bigger than Sweden.
Oh, big time. Yeah.
Yeah, we got way more of different areas
Mm-hmm.
temperature wise. That I know.
And when we flew over, every time we fly out of Seattle and we go to London to make a connecting flight, we have to fly over Canada, kind of at an angle. And we flew over Hudson's Bay, and I had never seen Hudson's Bay by the air. It was a clear day up there. I was
That's nice.
impressed. That Hudson's
That's
Bay is freaking enormous, man. It's about the size
Yeah.
of one of the United States states, just that bay. Like, wow, are you kidding me?
Is this the ocean? No, it's just a really big bay.
It's huge, you know.
I think if I remember right, early explorers actually thought they reached the Pacific already, right? It's just like it's just
I could believe it.
a really big bay. Well, because it's so vast, right? Even with
Yeah.
binoculars or telescopes, you'd be like, "Is this the
I
ocean?"
could believe it. I could believe it. Yeah.
I would imagine people thought of that at first until they realized, nope, it's just a really big bay, right? Well, because if you think about it, European explorers and stuff like that they're not used to having that big of a body of water that's just not the ocean, you know?
Yeah, the European countries are actually really small.
in comparison, right? So they'd be like,
Yeah.
"This must be the
Yeah, in
ocean.
comparison.
I reached the
Yeah.
Pacific." No, it's just Hudson Bay at that time,
Like
right?
when we took off over from London and we flew to to Italy. You got to fly over France and Spain to get to Italy. And on the flight crew would say, "Well, we've just entered Spanish airspace or French airspace, and those countries are small." We went over France and Spain in like
Hours.
less than 2 hours.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah, less than that. Yeah. I mean, we
yeah.
got
See,
from
people
London
think,
to Rome just a couple of hours. Wow.
yeah. See, coming, if you went traveling, because I haven't been in Europe yet, but I could imagine I'd say the same thing, right? Because we're here in North America, we're so used to both Canada and the US being like 4 or 5 time zones, right? So it's just like it takes
easily, yeah.
hours to cross,
Uh-huh.
hours of a trip, right? And we're still
Yeah.
in the country, right? So in that same amount of time, it's like, what? We went over like 3 countries, 4 countries, right? What? That's fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, and all in a metal airplane. Yeah.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
aluminum.
Oh, yeah, right.
Aluminum and titanium aircraft.
Well, yeah, there was a reason for that too, right? The weight, right? Right. Steel was obviously out of the option because even when the Wright brothers were trying to like create that flight thing, right? They actually needed to create a lighter engine with materials, right? So they had to fabricate that.
Yeah.
So just imagine
Yeah.
if that didn't happen, no one would be flying like commercially like far, for example, or we'd be
It'd
way
be a
behind.
lot shorter flights.
Yeah,
like
or
it
we'd
used
be
to be.
way behind the time, right? And stuff like that, where it's all small, very small aircraft, very very small.
Yeah. If you look at the route that used to be from the East Coast of the United States to Europe, they would have to stop off in like Newfoundland or Greenland and take on refuel to get to Ireland or to Britain, and then take off again to get to Germany. Now it's like all the way across Canada, right into England.
Because because the metals we get to go, we can travel that far.
Mm-hmm. The technology involved in engine fabrication, the progression is astounding.
Yeah, and trying to recreate that without the knowledge, that'd be insane.
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
like a starting point. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's why I said earlier before you joined, Bob. Simple tools make more complex tools, and now we have very, 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 very complex tools.
Yeah.
And if you had to create that with just the simple tools again, you'd be like, "Oh my gosh, where do I start?"
Like the jet engine.
I need this part. I need this part.
If you look at just the jet engine progression, they started coming onto commercial aircraft back in the 50s, 60s.
Mm-hmm.
They were made mostly of stainless steel. So those engines alone weighed hundreds of pounds more than now, because they've done metallurgy improvements on aluminum, and they've done and with the introduction of titanium. That's the big one, titanium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Titanium, man, that stuff's, I don't know what Russian engineer who came up with that stuff, but that guy changed the world. He really did. Especially for aviation.
And out in space with aerospace technology and all that stuff, right? All right, because it costs a lot to put. It's 10,000 to put 10 grand or whatever to put a pound up in space, right? So, it's got to be lightweight materials as light as possible, right?
Lightweight.
Because I know. Well, obviously, one of the things and to relate into the preparedness side or whatever, it's survivalism side, right? The Mylar space plane, right? That's actually aerospace technology that now has funneled down back to us, right? But
it goes from aerospace down to military, then goes out to the commercial civilian market from there.
Yeah. Oh, there's a market for it for commercially, right, and stuff like that. So even blankets can have metal in them.
I
even
recall,
blankets can have metal in them.
I recall when I worked at Wing Body Joint, on the 737s. When I first started there, the attachment bolts for the rear spar were about 1 inch in diameter, and they're bolts about that long to go through all that aluminum. And they originally were stainless steel. And then when titanium came in, they still, on the roto rack, they still had the stainless steel bolts and the identical bolt made in titanium. One of my buddies walks over with me and he goes, "Hey, Bob, hold your hands out." He's got the 2 bolts. And he goes, "These are titanium." And he dropped the stainless in my hand. Then he dropped the titanium. And I went, "You got to be kidding me." He goes, "Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
lighter
guess
weight."
one that's just I
Well,
guess
you
it's one
put it
of
in
those
your
things you don't
hands.
notice. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the exact same dimensions, but just the metal's different, and you're like, oh wow.
Yep.
You
Yeah,
notice
the
it a lot more, right? You just don't, right?
Yeah, when you pick them 2 up in comparison, the titanium is lighter than aluminum, but it's stronger than the stainless steel bolt. Huh? You're kidding me, right? No, but the
I thought that
stainless
was the
steel
opposite way
bolt,
around.
no, it's stronger than steel. The titanium bolt was like
I thought
$200.
it's stronger than aluminum, but half the weight of steel. Or well, anyways, yeah.
Once
It's
it
good
gets in
material,
place,
anyways.
once it gets in place and it gets work hardened, then it becomes stronger than steel. Yeah. It's stronger than steel. That's why they use it, because and it's lighter weight. Yeah.
And titanium is good to replace body parts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it won't rust in your system.
Yeah, they don't rust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And titanium is a material that body accepts. So.
Yeah, so yeah. Soon we'll be in this titanium age of stuff. they'll be like
Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, and Titanium Age. Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume, or something like that, right? It'd be like, because metals really make things possible, right? For what we do in life.
Yeah.
A lot of things, if not everything, almost. Pretty much any. It's very hard to find someone that hasn't interacted with metal, or something that hasn't interacted with metal in some form or way. From cutting it to forming it to melting it to welding it together or whatever, connecting it like screws and stuff like that, bolts and stuff like that with threads.
Mm-hmm.
That technology, it's one of those things like, yeah, don't take it for granted because it'll be a lot more difficult to do it with wood and stone.
Aluminum is expensive too.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's that to get the raw from, because the way that they have to process it. All right, they have. I think it's a chemical reaction they have to do.
Well, they
process it. That's where the cost comes from.
What I understand, the reason why it's so expensive is to be able to take it from the mineral in the ground and turn it into a liquid metal. It takes an incredible amount of electrical power. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why it's so expensive. If you look around an aluminum foundry, you'll see a substation there, so they can take massive amount of current and put it into the foundry.
Yeah, that's why they stuff like aluminum cans are very recyclable, or because it uses like what, half the energy.
At least,
or something like that, or like 80% less energy in comparison, because you just have to heat it, right? You don't actually
heat it up just to
that melting point, and then try to get something pure off of that, right? Like that's what. Yeah, so it goes back down to like kind of reusing something versus getting it out of the ground, right? Like, just imagine how much work went into during when the copper was kind of. Just think about that, right? And just coming out, and people are just trying to deal with it. But again, we only have basic hand tools, wooden, stone tools, right? And we're trying to work with this material with simple tools and make something more complex. I can
I like to
imagine it
tease my
took
wife.
a lot of effort.
I tease my wife a lot on text messages. I just send her a message. Maybe I like you. See what she comes up with.
Maybe I like you too.
Maybe I like you. Yeah,
Nah, it
like
won't be like that. It'd probably be more like, "Did you do the laundry?" Yes.
oh, you bet I do. I do the laundry. Yeah, it's the least I can do while she's out working her ass off. And last week
Yeah.
she worked double shifts all week.
Oh, that's
Uh-huh.
hard.
Yes, it is. It is.
Oh, that reminds me, Bob. Did you get a new washer and dryer? I think you talked about that before. I don't know if you were getting a new one or.
No, she does the budgeting and she's got her eyes
Oh,
on
okay.
a dryer, or it might be both. I'm not sure, but no, we still haven't got through that yet.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
no, she's very thorough on researching products, and I know it's a respect thing in our relationship, because when she has to spend a large amount of money, she'll come to me and get my permission. She doesn't have to, but it's a respect thing. And hon, I've been looking at these
You need to get her. You
Samsung.
need to get her. Yeah.
A what?
So,
A what?
I was thinking of this, and what's your opinion on this?
Yeah, and I know.
Well,
I know
because you're both
her-
using it too, right? I mean, like,
Well, it's a respect thing because she makes me part of the purchase, and I know for a fact that she's
Process.
already researched everything about it, the best deal possible for the best.
Yeah.
But one
She
day
just wants her 2 cents.
Yes, it's out of respect. That way, she doesn't have a truck pull up and unload, washer dryer. Hon, I've already.
Where
I
does
would like
come
to buy
from?
this. Yeah, but yeah, we'll get one soon.
No,
because
your wife did.
I was reminding her that, hon, here soon we're going to run out of clothesline weather. Because I got clothes drying on the clothesline, and we're going to run out of that weather soon. She goes, I know, it's in the budget. It'll, I already know which ones I want. Okay, leave it up to you.
Just finalizing it.
Yeah.
This reminds me, I've seen people use old dryers because the drum on not dryers, washers. The top down ones, not the front loading ones, right? Where they use them they reuse them as fire pits and stuff like that. I've seen people do that before.
So
yeah, I've seen that too.
Yeah. All right.
Stainless. It's all stainless steel. Mm-hmm.
And that's something you would, again, you can learn that stuff, what things are made of, from the scrappers out there, because they tend to know or have that information, right? It's like, no, these are actually like copper ends. No, this is stainless. And, and stuff like that, right? And they could tell you and be like, there's actually some gold in here. You just need a lot of it, and you gotta refine it, right? Because a lot of, again, that's like what I was saying earlier about sometimes you need a pure state of a pure amount of the metal.
Mm-hmm. When I was scrapping during my child support years, I would take everything I found and I would strip it down and separate all the metals out, get the most value out of it possible. Even electric motors out of old blenders and shit like that. I'd take that thing down and I'd get the copper wire out of there, and that goes in the steel, and I find some brass bushings, and that goes.
When you have to, when you have the tools to do that kind of stuff, dismantling like that, like even the screws and all that stuff, it just, it makes it easy. But when you don't have that, it's just like you're trying to kind of do it in a certain way, or because you don't want a bunch of little pieces, right? You're trying to keep the pieces as whole as possible, but separate the materials.
You get far less money if they have to strip it down compared to
more work.
If you bring it to them already, like I'd take
more
aluminum and I'd take aluminum and I'd cut out all the steel and make it all aluminum. And it's easy for them because they just dump it in the aluminum bin, and they pay you more.
Yeah, because then they don't have to worry about that slag at the end, right? Where impurities in the mixture, right? Where they have to
Right. They have
remove
to
that, right?
scoop
They have
that
to, right?
shit
They
out
have
of
to,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because for example, like something like copper, right? I mean, they want it in a pure state, as pure as possible because of electrical, right? And stuff like that. That's why those big, it looks like slabs of metal, right? It's just like a lot of them are like 99.9% pure, right? They're like,
yeah. I even
but from
went so
that you
far.
could do stuff, right?
I even went so far as to make my own homemade wire stripper, so I could take like power cords off of appliances that were thrown out, and pull it through there, and it would use a knife blade and cut it, and I could split it open and take that copper out of there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was back in the old days when I did what I had to do. Get a little extra money.
Yeah, because I can see metal still being valuable and stuff like that.
Certainly, yeah. It can all be smelted down and reused. You bet.
Where probably they'll be like, "Hey, I'll pay you to bring some to me. I just need the material. I can refine it, but I need access to it."
Yep. Well, as far as on that subject, I knew a fella. He worked for, I think it was Reynolds Aluminum, when they had a smelter here locally in Washington State. He worked in there melting aluminum, and one day I was at the port of Tacoma, and I drove by and I saw the ship with this big screen over top of a smokestack. It wasn't a regular smokestack. It was something else. It was an incinerator ship for like medical waste and things like that get incinerated. And one day the Reynolds Aluminum found a smelter is gone. Same with a Sarco copper smelter. It's gone. Where did it go? And that fella, he lost his job there because they built ships, and those ships are anchored out at sea, and they take barges full of that scrap metal, and they smelt it out at sea. And the reason why is because the environmental pollution. If it's out of sight, it's out of mind. It's out at sea.
Yeah.
It's 200 miles offshore.
Mm.
And I said, "Are you kidding me?" He goes, "No, I'm not kidding you." So he goes, "Same with that incinerator ship that you saw. They'll take medical waste and things like that, and they'll take barges full of bloody rags and body parts and barge them out to sea 200 miles offshore in international waters, and those ships are sitting there, and they throw that stuff in a big incinerator built into a ship, burn it up." Yeah.
I see.
And from there, after they smelt it down into ingots, then they'll take all that steel and aluminum and they'll sell it to Korea and Japan. Then they take it and then they melt it down and then make it into automobile parts.
Yeah, final product, a finished product.
Right. Because it's a lot cleaner by the time it gets to Korea or Japan. It's just steel.
Yeah, it's just like any metal out there.
Slag.
It needs to be, it has to be refined down to more pure state.
Yep.
Well, because a lot of the times you need certain characteristics, like let's say copper, right? So you need a pure state to conduct electricity as a coating, like zinc coat, a zinc coating. You need it as pure state, pretty pure.
Yeah.
So they can actually do the thing it's supposed to do.
Yeah, Japan and Korea don't have raw materials, so they have to buy it, and their environmental regulations are much stricter than the U.S. So works out for everybody. We get rid of our scrap, U.S. and Canada and Mexico. We get rid of our scrap. They buy it, they make it into products, and then ship it back to us as completed items.
Yep. Even to something as simple as nail clippers that have metal in them, right?
Yeah, or
Think about that,
mhm,
right? That's something.
mhm.
That's something you take for granted. It's like the nail clippers, right? But those are made of metal.
Stainless. They're
Yeah,
stainless.
right.
Yeah.
So imagine trying to recreate that.
Yeah, I know that Britain shut down all their steel foundries except for the stainless steel. The British developed stainless steel, and they still have stainless steel foundries in Sheffield, England. They won't let go of that. That's theirs. Kind of like titanium is for the Russians.
Oh yeah, those mines and stuff like that. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Because with the metals, you can do stuff. You can fabricate. You can do all that stuff. Exchange it, trade it, barter with it, right?
Mhm. Oh, when I was investigating to start ordering good quality scissors, I started on YouTube, looking at different brand names and on and on. And I found a very interesting video. The most expensive scissors.
Mhm.
They're not bonsai scissors. They're fabric and all that. Are made in England. They're still made out of Sheffield steel, and they're made in Sheffield, England. And they're the last scissor manufacturer left in Britain. A pair of scissors there from Britain will cost about $200, but they're all hand fitted. It's beautiful. It's really a very interesting video. I watched it several times because they're very proud of their product in that little shop that they don't have the foundry there, so they have a foundry make the blanks for them, but they machine it all and then hand assemble it and beautifully done. Just, let's see. The most expensive scissors. Interesting video.
You know what I just thought of? I just thought of something. Some of us would forget about that has metal in it, and many of us have probably used those hand warmers. I keep forgetting they got metal inside, technically.
Aluminum, probably.
No, it's iron. But it
Iron.
mixes because it creates that chemical reaction, aka
Okay.
rust. So it what's that? It releases heat and through that. That's why when with hand warmers, right? Once you need it, expose it to air, right? The oxygen in the air, then it starts to warm up, right? Because if you ever have a hand warmers, if you actually put it in a container that's sealed from air, or no more air can get in, it actually stops the reaction. So not a lot of people know that.
I have those in our get home bags. A few hand warmers.
Yeah, if you put a magnet to it, it'll stick to it because the iron
done.
filings inside. So that's something not a lot of people would realize. Be like, yeah, there's metal right there.
I pasted a link to that Sheffield steel scissors if you guys want to watch it. I find it interesting. I like to see things that are still handmade. Yeah, that's probably where it went. Idaho Garden Girls. It probably went out to one of those ships out at sea and got incinerated. Yeah, medical waste.
Yeah, I need to put
Yeah,
it
I'll show you guys right
somewhere.
now.
It's got to go somewhere.
Right now.
Yep.
Hand warmers, magnet.
There you go.
Yeah,
I wasn't aware of that. I didn't know that.
That's because it's got iron in it.
Yeah.
It's part of the reaction that creates the heat. So, rust, for example, right? So not a lot of people know about that. So yeah, even metal can keep you warm.
Yep.
All right.
And my wife calls me her human blanket.
Yeah.
I lay down sideways with my back to her, and she wraps her arm around me and my human blanket. Now she hasn't responded her text back. Oh,
Yeah.
well, I got my paint, and I got
Guys,
some more
I begin
reflective
to
stuff.
get pretty tired, so
Yeah, yeah. So I'll wish you all peace and God's love, and take care, you guys. Thanks for having me up, Shadow. I got a few things
you're
I
always
gotta do.
welcome.
Take care, everyone.
Later,
Take
guys.
care.
Bye bye.
Stay
Bye,
safe.
Shadow.
Bye.
This is where you say
See
your
ya.
ending here. Bye, Idaho Gonna Girl.
Take care. Take care, guys. Stay safe. I appreciate you popped up. I'll see you next week. And we are out.